of the Bowl Championship Series. On the banks of the mighty Mississippi, we welcome you to New Orleans, where there's actually snow in the forecast. Good thing we're inside the Louisiana Superdome that will host Super Bowl 36 in 33 days, but tonight is hosting Sugar Bowl 68. And with LSU in the game, it's one of the toughest tickets in the history of the Nokia Sugar Bowl. These fans have been sitting here for more than an hour, but now they will rise as one to honor America.
Please stand for a moment of silence as we remember those who have lost their lives in the past year, and as we pray for our servicemen and women overseas and hope for peace across our land. Now please join Cantor Joel Coleman of Temple Sinai in New Orleans in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Fabulous atmosphere. Kickoff is next from New Orleans. First to John and Terry again at the Disneyland Resort out there in Southern California. Happy New Year, fellas, from New Orleans.
Mike, a very happy New Year to you as well. We'll get you ready for the Nokia Sugar Bowl here on the Ford mid-game report. And let's talk about these two teams. A funny thing happened on the way to New Orleans. It was supposed to be maybe Michigan against Tennessee or Florida against Michigan, something like that. Wasn't expected to be LSU against Illinois, but two fine quarterbacks.
They are sure fine quarterbacks. And these two teams, you got to remember, they're on big winning streaks. They're the hottest teams in their conference. Illinois 7 games in a row, LSU 5 games in a row. They do it with their quarterbacks. They don't play great defense. Should be a lot of points scored.
Yeah, LSU got into the game, of course, by beating Tennessee. Illinois got help from Ohio State when they knocked off Michigan because the Illini, their only loss was to Michigan. Now, earlier today, here on ABC, just wrapped up moments ago, the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, and it was Joey Harrington's day. He would shine. Didn't get the Heisman, but boy, did he look good when he took center stage. Harrington 79 yards to Sammy Parker. Parker had an unbelievable game. But they also ran the ball, Terry, as well. Maurice Morris goes 49 yards on this terrific run.
Well, it's the difference between these two teams. Oregon can run the ball and pass. They had almost 500 yards of offense.
Hey, look at this. Is he down? No. Right on top of somebody's back. Pops back up. This is at the beginning of the second half. Takes it in. Bring on Miami is the sign. Harrington 28-42 for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. Sammy Parker, 8 receptions, 153 yards, and a touchdown. We have made the point that to Nebraska, they gave up 36, 37 to Texas, and 38 today to Oregon. But the bottom line was that Colorado's offense had been so good down the stretch they could overcome that defense, but Oregon made them look pitiful today.
That's exactly right. Colorado had such a running game. We love running games, but if you look at the last dozen years at the national champion, they've all been great in scoring defense. Miami, for example, #1 in the country in scoring defense, giving up under 14 points. Colorado giving up 23 points, 43rd in the nation in scoring defense.
Oregon making a huge statement because they, of course, are hoping that Nebraska now wins on Thursday night in the Rose Bowl presented by AT&T, and then they would get voted, they think, and likely it would happen. You know the writers want this to happen right now, and that's what we're looking at Thursday.
That's exactly right. If Nebraska beats Miami, you know what they're going to say? They just crushed the team that beat Nebraska.
Yeah, that's the point as well. They crushed Nebraska as the Cornhuskers did get 36 points in the game, but came up well short. So we will see you again at halftime. Coming up now is the Nokia Sugar Bowl, the surprise for both teams. LSU taking on Illinois. Again, we'll see you at halftime. This has been the Ford Mid-Game Report.
ABC Sports proudly presents Game 2 in our exclusive coverage of the Bowl Championship Series.
The Superdome, just 80 miles from Baton Rouge. Still, it's the road untraveled for Louisiana State of late. It's taken 15 long years for LSU to make this special Southeastern sojourn. Led by a no-nonsense coach, a senior quarterback named Rohan, and the nation's best receiver, LSU, champions of the West, pull the title game shocker.
LSU is the 2001 SEC champions.
Illinois football is rich in tradition, the galloping ghosts and buckets. But tradition has taken a vacation of late. It's been 18 years since the last outright Big Ten title, and 4 seasons ago, the school's worst ever. 11 games, 11 losses. But the next year, Ron Turner brought in quarterback Kurt Hittner. Now he teams with Brandon Lloyd for the Big Ten's best pass-catch combo. And for the first time ever, the team from Champaign is popping its New Year's court in New Orleans. It is the champions of the Southeastern Conference, Louisiana State University, and the champions of the Big Ten, Illinois, here in the Big Easy for the 2002 Nokia Sugar Bowl. It's been 15 long years since LSU has made the short trip from Baton Rouge, and the fans are ready for a big night in the Big Easy. Good evening, everyone. Mike Tirico. Again, our wishes from our crew in New Orleans that you have a happy, healthy 2002. All the talk of the polls and the BCS, these teams aren't title teams, but earned their way into the Bowl Championship Series on the field. They both were surprise outright winners of their conference championship. Nobody's going to walk off tonight and say we're #1, but they haven't been on this big a stage since the mid-'80s. So what happens here tonight is so important and crucial to the football programs at Illinois and LSU. I'm joined by former UCLA quarterback David Norrie. And David, why don't we start with the Tigers? At one point, they were 4-3 this season, but won their last 5 to get here.
Yeah, late season, this team had 3 conference losses. Nobody was thinking BCS. In fact, not many people were thinking bowl, period. But 2 players carried this team down the stretch, quarterback Rohan Davey and wide receiver Josh Reed. Josh Reed had the best single season in major conference history at the wide receiver position. 94 catches, over 1,700 yards. He's a great route runner, excellent hands, might be the best at the college level after the catch. Rohan Davey is a big quarterback, 245 pounds. He can look down the field, buy time, likes to keep his eyes trained down the field, and make big plays to his wideouts on the outside.
They're a big reason in the second year Nick Saban's gotten his team to the Sugar Bowl. Here is Nick with our sideline reporter tonight, Dr. Jerry Punch. Happy New Year, Doc.
Thank you, Michael, and Happy New Year, everyone. You know, LSU finished the season with 2 emotional wins. The first over division rival Auburn, then second-ranked Tennessee in the SEC title game. And, Coach, for the last 3.5 weeks, your players have been congratulated on that fabulous finish. Could that affect their focus and concentration early on tonight?
Well, we certainly hope not. But, you know, the SEC championship game is a big game in the SEC, and it was a very emotional game for us against Tennessee. But I'm hopeful that we'll bounce back and try to prove that we belong in the top 10, try to prove that we belong in the BCS, and that we are legitimate SEC champions.
Hey, best of luck to you, Coach.
All right, thanks, Jerry.
Michael?
Doc, let's take the other side now, Illinois. David, 4 seasons ago, Illinois was 0-11. They win tonight. It's a school record 11th win in the same year. Big reason on the field is their senior quarterback, Kurt Kittner.
Oh, Kurt Kittner is the most underrated college quarterback in the game today. He had better numbers than Ken Dorsey down at Miami, better numbers than Joey Harrington out at Oregon, and he gets shut out in New York. Doesn't even get a plane ticket back to Manhattan for the Heisman ceremony. He's a talented passer, sees the field extremely well, can come to secondary receivers, and his specialty is the deep ball. Throws the deep ball better than anybody in the country, loves to set up cornerbacks out on the outside with arm fakes and big plays to his big play wide receiver.
He's really good in Ron Turner's pro-style offense. Ron is now with Jerry Punch.
Well, Mike, it's considered one of the most remarkable turnarounds in college football history. Coach, in the preseason, you guys weren't even on the radar screen for the top 25, much less a Big Ten title or a Nokia Sugar Bowl on New Year's night. Considering all that you've accomplished, what does this night mean to you and this team?
Well, it means a great deal to me, but most importantly to this football team and to everybody, to the administration for sticking with us and giving us everything we need to be successful, the coaching staff, support staff, and most importantly to our players that have fought through a lot of adversity to get to this point.
Hey, Coach, best of luck to you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Michael?
All right, Jerry, Illinois has won the toss and deferred to the second half, so LSU will receive. Steve Fitz will kick it off. I heard $500, $600, $700 for a seat to come in here tonight. This is the night that more favors have been called in New Orleans than many other nights in the sports history of this city. If you know somebody, you got in tonight. But you'll hear a lot of I-L-L-I-N-I because at least 15, probably 20,000 fans have made the trip from Champaign. Underway in the Nokia Sugar Bowl. Kickoff return by Jeffrey Henderson to the 26-yard line. Special teams tackle by Nick Piazza. We bring out Rohan Davey, LSU's quarterback. Final season, final game, finally healthy most of the year, but an injury in the SEC title game. Still, he goes at just a little under 100%. School record for passing this year, and he's huge. 6'3", 240. You got to hit Rohan Davey low and hard to bring him down. Opening drive starts from the 26. Davis is starting at tailback tonight because of LeBrandon Tofield's knee injury suffered in the SEC title game. Royal's a good pass-catching tight end. Going to see a lot of 3 receivers. Clayton's a freshman, really good. Reed, we talked about in the opening, Terrell Myers. Up front, the strength is to the right. Wilkerson in the middle, a true freshman and a future star. Pierce, 78, the best blocker with Baggett on that right side. There is Josh Reed, the 94 catch man this year. Second and less than a yard. Bad snap. Incomplete for Davis. Would have been a big negative play for LSU, but it will end up at third and short. We see a lot of blue shirts on the other side of the line tonight.
Yeah, an exchange problem here right off the bat. Rohan Davey on the low snap. That's an athletic play just to pick that ball up in the backfield. Almost completes it outside. Another look. That snap is low into the left. And again, you get an idea of the athleticism at the quarterback position by Rohan Davey.
2 tight ends, 2 backs. Davis probing, and Dominic Davis has the first down at the 37. To show you this Illinois defense, pretty good in terms of sacks and turnovers. Washington, Cotter, Moore has played the best over the last few games, and O'Brien up front. Main man, 42, Jerry Schumacher. He leads this team in tackles and sacks, second team All Big Ten. And on the corners, Wilson and Morton are key players tonight because they play so much good man-to-man coverage. It allows the pressure to come from guys like Jerry Schumacher at the middle linebacker spot. On First and 10. Another Dominic Davis carry. It's 3 of them tonight. Out to the 41. Ty Myers made the tackle. Opening drives this year, you see 6 touchdowns in 12 opening drives, but LSU, David, has also scored 4 of its last 5 games on the very first drive.
LSU is missing LeBrandon Toefield, their big, powerful tailback, but this is a great surface for Dominic Davis, the backup tailback.
Dead ball. Personal foul on the offense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Second down.
So the pushing and shoving after the play got a little too heated on the Tigers side. Nick Saban's team will now face first and very long. Second and very long, I beg your pardon. This will be the first time we'll see LSU spread them out a little bit with 3 receivers. Motion was Clayton. Trying to swing it out to Davis, and it was nearly going back the other way for a Michael Hall pick 6.
Rohan Davey is lucky to get this one back. Now Michael Hall, number 8 for Illinois, comes in nickel situations. LSU tries to spread Illinois out. Great break, great anticipation on that ball to the outside. And Rohan Davey gets lucky on this one.
Davis has only caught 3 passes all year, so not as significant a part of the offense throwing to the backs as you'll see with Illinois. Really good on 3rd down, but not 3rd and 21. Whistles before the inside handoff. No play.
It looked like some early movement from LSU along the offensive front.
No play. Dead ball. False start. Offense. Repeat 3rd down.
The referee from the Big 12, Steve Juszczyk, a retired school teacher.
It's been a while since both of these teams have played, Mike. I mean, you have to go back to early December for LSU, and Illinois hasn't played since Thanksgiving Day.
That was Stephen Peterman, the sophomore left guard, David, who started pulling a second too early. LSU would need one of those big plays, but the indication on the 3rd and 21 with the inside handoff was settle into the game. Let's not try to make a big play, thus a big mistake. But they will throw it now. Downfield for Reed. Incomplete. Against the zone, Muhammad Abdullah was coming over. Christian Morton had the coverage. And the orange and blue folks have reason to cheer on the opening drive.
Believe me, Josh Reed saw Abdullah making the break. And Josh Reed was not able to follow that ball in the air all the way to the catch. Was overthrown. But he was looking at Abdullah. And both of these safeties for Illinois are big-time hitters. Very physical in the secondary.
Eugene Wilson, who averages 10 a punt return, ready for Donnie Jones's left-footed kick. A wobbler taken from the 42. About 10 return yards. And Trev Falk will be in on a lot of tackles tonight. The linebacker made the play. Illinois brings it out for the last time. Kurt Kittner starts at Illinois. No quarterbacks won more games in the history of the Fighting Illini. See those 66 career touchdown passes, 23 of them this season. And David, what I like about him, as you talked about at the beginning, in a pro-style offense, he makes good decisions.
Oh, he makes great decisions. He's a 4-year starter. There isn't a blitz or a defensive scheme that he hasn't seen. And what's so tough about him, Mike, we talked about at the top, he's a great deep ball thrower, but if you play him soft in the secondary, he's patient enough to take balls underneath and intermediate routes. Comfortable with moving the chains.
Big toss for Lloyd. Incomplete. No flag. They go right after the LSU secondary. Ryan Clark, the safety, helping on coverage. He says, hi, I'll be here all night.
Lloyd had James beat. James is the cornerback, number 5. And he maybe underestimated Lloyd's deep speed a little bit. Good thing for James that Clark came over, and that was borderline. There was some contact there by Ryan Clark, and this could have easily been called the other way. Flag could have come out.
4 receivers, 1 back, 2nd and 10, but flag. stops the play. We talked about the long layoff for LSU. It's been even longer for Illinois.
Dead ball. False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Last game 40 days ago on Thanksgiving. Ron Turner's offense, in addition to Kittner, the men who handle the ball, Rocky Harvey, the senior, starts for the injured Antonio Harris, who will play. Carrie Davis can catch it and run it. Young and Lloyd can both stretch the field. Up front, Kulaga, the left guard, Butkus, and then the right tackle, Pashos, all Big Ten performers. Complete to Lloyd. No, incomplete. It popped out. The umpire says incomplete. Third down coming up.
Now this is a good ball from Kittner. Quick slant, maybe throwing a little bit behind him, but a physical play by number 33, Demetrius Hookfin. A nice close by the cornerback.
Hookfin 33 and James 5, the two corners, will be picked on tonight. They have been all year. In the second half of the season, they've stood tall. Against pressure, time for Kittner. Miscommunication. The receiver Moorhead never broke free. And Kittner 0 for 3 on the opening drive.
Illinois, nice job of picking up the free safety blitz. Ryan Clark was coming, but Moorhead got caught up in the route. He's making a move inside and trying to take it back outside. Couldn't get around Hookfin.
Senior Steve Fitz, the all-time punter, will kick to Dominic Davis. No one's had more punts or a higher average in their Illinois career. They're caught by Davis, a 33-yard punt. 6 plays, 2 3 and out. No score. Rohan Davies settles in and comes back on the field.
When you can check your email, work in your office and spreadsheet programs, surf the internet, and listen to music files on the way to the office, what are you going to do when you actually get to the office? A Nokia communicator. The ability to get to work before you get to work. Nokia. Connecting people.
Day 15. Just 900 feet from the summit.
Day 15.
Where's he going?
Oh, hey, guys. Just gonna mail my credit card payment.
You mean you don't have a Capital One, no hassle card?
Want a choice of payment dates? Try Capital One's No Hassle Card. Plus, get the nation's lowest long-term fixed rates and no telemarketing.
What's in your wallet?
She wore white? She put her past behind her. But you're missing the point of the story. The groom's father-in-law hires him to run the mismanaged shipping department of the family business. No honeymoon? A week in a while. That's nice. Not bad, but keep up. The kid turns to FedEx Ground. They give him affordable nationwide B2B delivery with a money-back guarantee. And he gives Daddy Dearest a high-quality, low-cost lesson in who's the boss.
Who is the boss?
The kid.
The kid is now the boss?
The kid is now the boss.
That's the story?
That's it.
BCS on ABC continues when Florida battles ACC champ Maryland. The FedEx Orange Bowl, tomorrow night at 8, 5 Pacific on ABC.
Back at the Nokia Sugar Bowl in the Superdome. No score between Illinois, 13th in the final BCS ranking, or 8th, I should say, in the final BCS, and LSU was number 13. The final numbers totaled up. This drive starts from the 22. Davey to the air. That's Clayton. Michael Clayton, the true freshman. 14 to the 36, a first down. And here's our Taco Bell game solutions for the night, David.
For Illinois, they have to penalize LSU defensively by playing risky on the outside. Make them pay with the deep ball. And for Illinois on defense, turn up the heat on Davey. You got to get pressure on Rohan Davey in the pocket, or he'll find his big play receivers down the field. LSU has got to protect Rohan Davey, and defensively, they got to make sure that Kittner doesn't hit him with the deep ball.
We saw that early on. Kittner took a shot down the field on the very first play. The first down carry for Davis. He's hit by Jerry Schumacher and cleaned up by Terrell Washington, the defensive end. After the first down, we'll have 2nd and 11. And you see the line where LSU has to go. Our 1st and 10. Brought to you today by Monster.com. This LSU offense, better passing than running the ball. Threw for almost 300 yards a game. Second to Florida in the Southeastern Conference. Davies' toss is complete, 2 yards shy of the first down. That's the second catch for Michael Clayton. That was on Eugene Wilson.
Michael Clayton, the true freshman, and he looks nothing like a true freshman. This guy is one of the smoothest young athletes that you'll see in college football. On that last route, an out route, beautiful cut, and the ball arrived perfectly on time from Rohan Davey.
Josh Reed gets all the attention. If you were talking about speed, guy to stretch the field, Clayton's the better option than Reed. And Davies used both this year for big numbers. 3rd and a couple. And a play action throw. And drop on the tight end, Joe DiMaggio. The senior from Crowley, Louisiana, had only 2 receptions all year.
Now, this was a super play by Rohan Davey. The blitz is going to come off the left side. Bobby Jackson, number 2. Rohan Davey throws off his back foot, and he delivers it out in the flat in great shape for DiMaggio. DiMaggio has to make that play.
So the corner, Eugene Wilson, goes back to get Donnie Jones' second punt. They're caught after a 39-yard punt. Illinois takes over the 15. Kurt Kittner on the field when you come back to New Orleans.
Bold, powerful, and a great way to get to work. Dodge.
Hey, if we get hurt! Whoa! Good thing we got that insurance.
What's that? What'd you say?
Pays you cash if you can't work.
Before that!
I said I'm glad we got that insurance.
Not that.
Aflac. Ask about it at work. AT&T data and IP networks rely on technology that speeds data around the world instantly to keep your employees in the loop. And multiple layers of security to keep everyone else out. On guard.
The Nokia Sugar Bowl. This ABC Sports exclusive brought to you by Nokia. The ability to personalize your phone, your life, your world. Nokia, connecting people. Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. Michelob Amber Bock, rich in color, smooth in taste. Touchstone Pictures' The Count of Monte Cristo, coming to theaters near you. And Tostitos Scoops, the dip lover's chip. Dig in.
Wind chill in the 20s has not deterred the folks from enjoying the New Orleans nightlife this week. 1st and 10 for Kittner. The pass is deflected at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. Greg Jarvis Green might have gotten that knockdown. He's their best defensive lineman, with Kipps, a former tight end, Dawson, and Lavallee up front. The linebackers, Jeremy Lawrence is good, but Trev Falk and Brady James are first-team All-SEC. They are the best. And as we mentioned, the concerned guy is 5, Damian James. He's playing better, but he's a safety. Hookfin on the other side is a good corner. They might go after 5 a lot tonight. Just a couple of yards on the carry. 3rd and 8 coming up after the run for Davis. And here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Michael, every coach likes to give his players some rest, but how much rest can you have before you get a little bit rusty? Take a look at the 2 teams that have played their final game of the year. You know, LSU played December 8th, 23 days ago, but Illinois played their last game back on November 22nd. It has been 39 days since they have played 5.5 weeks.
And with that passing offense, you figure the rust might be a little more noticeable. Blitz coming. Hittner eluded it. Pass was knocked down anyway. Ryan Clark, the free safety, knocked it down, but Kittner had to move in the pocket because of Trev Falk.
Well, Falk and the free safety, Ryan Clark, were coming on a blitz, and they timed the snap of the ball perfectly. Here comes Falk, number 7, first-team All-SEC, and number 2, Ryan Clark going up high. And Kittner has been very tough to sack on the season. Only 13 sacks this offensive line has given up, but you can get close to him and you can try to disrupt him in the pocket.
Not a good kick by Fitz. Davis on the run at the 50. Returns it to the 43. A punt of 32, a return of 7. Great field position for Davis and the LSU offense when we come back to the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
Ability to do or not do anything you want. Introducing the Nokia 3300 series wireless phone. Nokia, connecting people.
Don't think of your next job as your next job. Think of it as a long-term life enhancement upgrade. Make it great. Make it sing. Report to your future first thing Monday morning and bring your own coffee. The good kind. You know what? People do it every day. And you're a people, so you can do it too. See you Monday.
Post your resume today on Monster.com.
You the monster.
This is the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
At Nick Saban's last job, head coach Michigan State, he went up against Illinois 5 times, won them all. 2-0, heads ahead against Ron Turner. That's when Ron Turner inherited a very poor team. They've since turned around to get here tonight. Best starting field position. Davis lost the ball, but he got it back. A loss of a couple of yards. Dominic Davis, who's had only 75 carries. We cannot emphasize enough the loss of LeBrandon Tofield. He was the horse for this team.
Now we'll watch number 55, Brett Cotter, get in. And the ball was dropped just before contact. Joe Beavis initially made the hit to shake the football loose. LSU once again lucky to get the football back.
There's Tofield, 992 yards this season, 19 touchdowns. Tough inside runner. They're going to miss that tonight. 2nd and a dozen. Schumacher on the blitz up the middle. Completes to Clayton. To the 40. We'll have 3rd and a long 6 coming up.
Well, Illinois, true to form, has come out with the blitz package against Nick Saban and Rohan Davey. But watch Rohan Davey. He's great at using his size against the blitz. Schumacher, number 42, takes it low, and Davey just retreats, uses his size to get the football off.
Remember what Schumacher told us? If I got a chance at Davey, I'm going low. Because I've seen him hit high and take guys for a ride.
He looks a lot like Dante Culpepper with that size.
3rd and 6, more pressure. And it's complete underneath. Clayton. It looks like he's just shy of the first down, but I'm sure we'll have a measurement. Christian Morton made the tackle. Clayton has all 4 grabs for LSU.
And we're seeing a generous helping of safety blitz from Illinois. Abdullah comes on the free safety blitz, and number 5, Christian Morton, breaks. Talented true freshman steps through the tackle. Morton, usually a pretty tough tackler. These cornerbacks are not only great cover guys, Mike, but they're solid tacklers on the outside. Typical.
He got a great spot there and got the first down. So it's been Clayton thus far. Nothing from Reed yet. Davies looking long for Reed. There he is. Josh Reed out of bounds at the 15. An 18-yard pickup of another first down.
Huge key for the game. Can LSU buy a couple extra seconds? These cornerbacks are great latching on you for 2 or 3 seconds. But you see Josh Reed, extra time for Davey in the pocket. He comes free down the field against number 28, Eugene Wilson. Wilson led the country in pass breakups. And what a ball to the outside from Davey.
Officials stop play here for a second. You see those eye-popping numbers. Only 2 games this year where he did not go over 100 yards.
It's dead.
1 against Ole Miss in the SEC title game. He's winking and in conversation with Eugene Wilson.
Josh Reed had the most prolific single season in the history of major conference football. Over 1,700 yards through the air.
There's been no bad blood, no inflammatory comments. These guys have gotten along at the common events this week. Davis explores the left side, but only a yard or 2 there. We'll have 2nd and 8 coming up. And what I talked about before is now we're inside the red zone. And this was the area where Tofield was so good at 6 feet 225. Not that Dominic Davis isn't big. He's 5'10", 211, but doesn't have that pop in there like LeBrandon did.
Tofield makes your play calling a lot more simple in 3rd and short and goal line situations. And you look at the red zone offense for LSU, number 22, huge part of that game.
3 receivers for 2nd and 8. Jarrell Myers, 1st and goal, LSU. That's the junior from Houston who made the catch.
Not good news for Illinois because Davey has come out in rhythm. He's hot right now. 2-step, 3-step drop there, and just lets it go inside. Beautifully placed ball to Myers, and LSU is finding a rhythm.
Davey 4 of 4 on this drive. Solomon Lee in at the fullback to block for Davis. Hurtling forward, still climbing, touchdown! Holder Michael Clayton holding for the first time this year. Does a good job, and the extra point is good. As long as your knee doesn't hit, you can climb over somebody else on the ground. Dominic Davis does just that. First point to the Nokia Sugar Bowl to LSU.
Neat, you can dunk, but you can't dip. Your dip is gone, baby.
What are you talking about?
No dip.
Introducing new Tostitos Scoops.
Let me tell you something, Bill. I put the hip in chip. Watch this.
With the bite-sized, bowl-shaped design for the perfect dip every time. New Tostitos Scoops. Whoa. The dip lover's chip.
This is my house. Yes, it is. No, this is my house. You guys got to go.
Also great with new Queso Supreme dip.
Being your friend is always an adventure.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Edmond Dantes had the perfect life until his best friend framed him.
You're under arrest.
There will be justice.
Now he will train to fight.
Good. Too good.
Dare to escape and take back his life. Jim Caviezel, Guy Pearce, Richard Harris.
How did you ever call yourself my friend?
The Count of Monte Cristo. Rated PG-13. Starts January 25th.
Excuse me, who are you?
I'm Santa Claus. Who are you?
The Job is back Wednesday, January 16th on ABC.
We come back to the touchdown. It was apparently not a touchdown.
Dominic Davis had the big touchdown to put the SEC championship game away, but watch the right knee. He doesn't score on that play. The ball does not break the plane. A first down call, first and goal. LSU fortunate. They jump on top.
And you would assume that the officials saw him rolling over the back of Muhammad Abdullah, and that does count until your knee comes down. If you're laying on somebody and going forward, that's okay.
And to Davis's credit, he kept those legs alive, and ref thought the knee did not touch.
Eugene Wilson's going to take this from a yard deep. Good, under at the 14. That's Walter Morham, the backup linebacker, on the tackle. So Rohan Davey was 4 of 4 on that last drive, 6 of 10 for the game. Kurt Kittner's opened up 0 for 5 thus far here.
Yeah, during the break, Kurt Kittner getting a lot of throws in on the sideline. We talked about the long layoff. Probably doesn't like the feel of the ball coming off his hand. And on the other side of the field, Rohan Davey looking a lot like he did in the Alabama game earlier this season, the turnaround game when he threw for over 500 yards.
A run with Rocky Harvey, the senior. Pinballs forward as he gets out to the 17-yard line. Thursday night, the granddaddy of them all, Ken Dorsey in Miami, take on the Heisman winner Eric Crouch in Nebraska. The Rose Bowl presented by AT&T, the BCS National Championship game on your exclusive home of the Bowl Championship Series, ABC.
Now, Mike, a lot of talk about whether Nebraska should be in that game or not, but of the one-loss teams, I think they clearly have the best shot to beat Miami.
This Illinois team also a one-loss squad from the season, but having trouble getting going against LSU tonight. That's Harvey again for just a yard. Kyle Kipps made the tackle.
Neither one of these teams really well known for their running game. And Illinois got over 1,200 yards combined from Harvey and Harris. They need the running game to keep Kittner clean in the pocket, number one, but number two, to set up a wonderful play-action game that Ron Turner loves to go to.
3 receivers, 1 back, 1 tight end. Kittner on the run, of first down and more. Slides for it at the 33-yard line. Kurt will not win many 40-yard dash races, but he does have effective feet when flushed.
And Mike, you talked about his decision-making. A big part of a quarterback's decision-making process in the pocket is to know when to break towards the line of scrimmage and to give up on your routes. 3 receivers to the right, and not a lot of movement from those receivers to help out Kittner. So Kittner's just going to pull it down, and he makes a decisive move back to the line of scrimmage. That was the difference on the first down run.
Jarvis Green almost got there. Harvey. Rocky gets out to the 37. I mentioned he's the senior out of Chicago, Illinois. Rocky Harvey this year under 600 yards rushing, and really his thinnest rushing performance during his 4-year Illinois career. He's 4th on the all-time list at just under 2,700 yards.
Yeah, when you rush for over 2,600 yards in a career, you can run the football. He's a great change of pace back when Harris is healthy, and he's very valuable in the pass game.
2nd and 6 throw. Good job of holding on as Ryan Clark brought some heavy heat after Carey Davis's reception.
Now, this LSU defense is not an easy defense to run the football against, and as a result, the short passing game for Illinois is hurting right now. The big guys, 3 all Big Ten performers up front, protecting Kittner in the pocket. He dumps it underneath, and Clark is there to lay a smack on Carey Davis.
Still looking for his first completion. Still looking for his first completion. But a flag comes in here. Randall Gay got there early.
Randall Gay read it all the way. Randall Gay had excellent recognition. Quick slant, looking for Moorhead, and the right arm does come around the waist. That's a good call. Great play with the left hand, but the right hand arrives early.
Gary Gibbs, former Oklahoma head coach, is the defensive coordinator for Nick Saban. Gary was out of football for some 5 years, now has hopped back in with a defensive-minded head coach in Saban. Kittner looking long for Lloyd. Nearly intercepted by Clark.
Ryan Clark gets great depth at the free safety position, and Kittner's looking for all the money down the middle to Lloyd. If he gets this ball up a little earlier and lets Lloyd stretch out underneath it, he might have been able to beat the safety. So that's a tremendous athletic play by Ryan Clark to get back, get the depth, and make the play on the football.
No completions to a wide receiver, just that little 1-yard pass before. They spread him out and try to get Harvey inside, but Lavallee was wise to it. Carey Davis carrying. Chad Lavallee, the sophomore from Marksville, Louisiana.
Lavallee's had a great season at the defensive tackle position. He has a lot of quickness. You look at the LSU defense there, led the conference in interceptions, and Lavallee, with his ability to get into the pocket as a defensive tackle and a lot of quarterback hurries, contributed to all those interceptions.
Incomplete. The pressure coming from the side once again. That time it was Marcus Spears. And Kittner's 1 of 8. Just a 1-yard completion to Carey Davis. Nothing to the wide receivers. This one's on the pass rush, though.
Now watch the top of the screen. This should have been a holding call on Pasho 79. I mean, he's grabbing Marcus Spears' jersey with 2 hands. That's a true freshman. Number 89, converted tight end. Got a couple balls on the other side of the line of scrimmage. And boy, is he going to be talented for Nick Saban in the future.
Fitz with the punt. Got a great bounce at the 1. Fabulous kick. Wow. He had no help down there from any of the gunners. And as I mentioned, the best punter in Illinois history. 46 yards of punting perfection.
The cards are falling right as a punter when you get this kind of hop. Dominic Davis with the bluff. 90-degree angle turn by the football. Every now and then you need a break like that when you're punting.
Long field now for Rohan Davey, the senior. from Miami, Florida. His throw to Josh Reed. For the 17, he picks up a first down. And you are right, David, they are really in rhythm. Here's our AT&T team comparison. Look at these teams in the national stats. Two of the higher scoring teams of the 115 in Division I. And they both do it better in the air than on the ground. Joe DiMaggio, the tight end who dropped one earlier, lines up very often as the fullback to lead for the tailback Davis. Just a couple of yards for Dominic there. For the folks who haven't seen Illinois, let's talk about their defense. Their coordinator is new, Mike Cassidy, and boy, he's really brought Ron Turner's defense a different look.
Now, you talk about a turnaround. This defense was ranked 113th out of 114 teams a year ago, and Mike Cassidy brought an attacking style of defense. They'll blitz from all levels at the linebacker positions and the secondary, and really the keys to this defense are the cornerbacks. Without the cornerbacks playing the way they have played, Cassidy would not be able to unleash this blitz pack.
Reed to the 31. First down. Not uncommon to say first down after you say Josh Reed completion.
Now, he is a special route runner, and he comes out of his break so quickly. On that last play, just a quick slant. He has the speed to separate from smaller defenders, defensive backs, and the strength out of the slot to go up against stronger linebackers with his upper body, bump him off course.
94 catches this year. 75 of them were for first down. Davey underneath to Robert Royal, the tight end, to the 39-yard line. So the story early here is Illinois' corners, the highly touted corners, and the rest of their pass defense being taken advantage of by Davey, who's picking them apart. 7 consecutive completions.
Well, Davey's red hot, and he's, as we said, right in step, right in rhythm, perfectly in sync on the timing routes. And if you're going to beat this defense, you have to beat this defense from time to time. Before the pressure gets there, he's throwing the timing routes very well.
2 tight ends, 1 back. Dominic Davis. First hit was made by Muhammad Abdullah, but it's enough for another LSU first down.
Dominic Davis, as we said, doesn't bring the power aspect to the LSU running game that LeBrandon Tofield does, but he is a tough back. Goes about 215 pounds, would rather make you miss than run over the top of you. And what a game he had, especially in the second half of the SEC championship against Tennessee. 78 hard-earned yards. And Dominic Davis, one of the MVPs on this offense in the 2001 season.
Davey. Incomplete. Eric Edwards came in the game. He has only 2 catches on the year.
Rohan Davey just didn't have quite enough time. Ty Myers was coming on a blitz, got there early. Davey has a split second longer. He has time for Edwards to come open. Watch Edwards here, break into the corner route, and Davey had to get the ball up just a little bit too early.
One of those things you see in bowl games, the pressure from Illinois, but Joe DiMaggio, only 2 catches this year. Eric Edwards, only 2 catches this year at the tight end spot. Both have been throwing a ball in the first half. Pressure up the middle. Davey hung in there, and Edwards couldn't hang
on. But once again, Joe Beavis, number 33, turned loose on the blitz. And Rohan Davey, at 245 pounds, sidestepped him. I mean, this guy is incredible, Mike. He goes over 240 pounds, and I haven't ever seen a quarterback with that kind of size have the mobility he does. He doesn't look to run the football downfield, but boy, he does a great job with his mobility escaping the rush.
This is 3rd and 10. Here's the pressure again. That time stopped for Reed. Almost looked like if he would have kept running, he might have a chance to bring it in.
You're absolutely right, Mike. He didn't keep his deep speed. You hear wide receiver coaches talk about keeping your deep speed. I think he was surprised at how Rohan Davies snapped this ball off. I mean, that was an incredible throw from the back foot by Davey, and I don't think Reed was feeling that Davey was going to him with the football.
Donnie Jones to punt. Good kick. Gonna let it go, and this one takes a great bounce. Covered by LeVar Johnson at the 6. 2 excellent pinning jobs by the punter. The 29th Annual American Music Awards with Brooks and Dunn, Cher, Lenny Kravitz, Kid Rock, Shaggy, Britney Spears, who's from Louisiana, and more. Hosted by Jenny McCarthy and Sean P. Diddy Combs, Wednesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on ABC. This will be the final play of the first quarter with just 5 seconds left, and Illinois trailing 7-0. Here's Dr. Jerry Punts.
Hey guys, in the last possession, Kurt Kittner's got his right hand bent back on a blitz by Ryan Clark. He knocked the ball and Kittner's hand back. They were concerned about him being able to grip the football. They even had backup quarterback Dustin Ward warming up on the sidelines. Kittner told trainer Al Martindale, "I'm okay," but they're concerned about his grip in the right hand.
All right, Jerry, we'll watch him as he pulls out from center. There's a clock problem, as you saw. It's gone from 5 seconds to 20, so we'll get it straightened out here. And now it is correct. So Kittner's hand is bothering him. Antonio Harris, who has a broken hand that is in a cast, is in the lineup. And here he goes. He's got about 3. Jarvis Green and Jeremy Lawrence made the play. And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. A quarter controlled by LSU. 122 yards for LSU, 30 for Illinois, and Kittner just 1 of 8 for 1 yard. Another slow Illinois start, but the Illini fans are used to that. 7-0 after 1. ABC Sports presentation of the Nokia Sugar Bowl. We'll continue after this message and a word from your ABC station.
Hello? Server? Got it.
Total participation. And this means everyone, all working to make sure you get the absolute best experience possible.
Mr. Thurber, you're all set.
5-star. So demanding, only our best retailers make the cut. It's better. We'll prove it. Only where you see these signs.
They call it the season of hope, the season of joy, the season of light. When parents seem more like children and children like angels. And State Farm wants to wish you all the hope, joy, and light the season has to bring.
We want a family more than anything.
So getting Maddie meant everything to us.
Campus Federal not only helped us with the loan for the adoption, they helped us plan for our financial future.
Paying off our loan is the easy part. But there are some things you just can't ever repay.
When something means everything, count on Campus Federal.
It's the time when wishes come true. Drop in for the best Smart Buy offer of the year on the 2002 Cadillac DeVille. Call for residency restrictions and Smart Buy details. Season's best. Visit your local Cadillac dealer. On the highway of life, it's nice to be able to call whenever you want. Introducing VoiceStream Wireless.
Talk to me.
VoiceStream gives you more. 500 whenever minutes and unlimited weekend minutes. Just $39.99.
Now that's good.
Talk whenever you want, from wherever you want.
Great.
All with free long distance.
Do you like parties?
And digital roaming.
We'll have a great time, I guarantee it.
So get VoiceStream and get more from life.
Thanks for watching WBRZ News 2 Louisiana.
You're watching ABC's coverage of the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
We start the second quarter of the Nokia Sugar Bowl. Illinois facing second down and about 7. And Kurt Kittner trying to find a receiver. Nearly a spectacular grab by Walter Young, the junior. So Kittner continues to struggle. Just a 1-yard completion to one of his running backs, Cary Davis. Other than that, he's missed his other 8 throws, while Rohan Davey, David Norrie, has come out sharp tonight.
Well, he has come up sharp, and his offensive line has given him those extra counts in the backfield. On the other hand, Kittner is not getting the time. And LSU, along the defensive line, is doing a great job of getting their hands up against the quick passing game.
Be careful down here. 3rd and 7. Kittner throws the slant. Young can't come up with it. Randall Gay on the coverage. Well, we've seen this a bunch. Kurt Kittner's slow starts. Purdue, Ohio State, Penn State come to mind.
Yeah, they've come from behind quite a bit, 5 times this season to be exact. But these cornerbacks, these much maligned cornerbacks from LSU, are playing tight on the outside. And they have really been the difference, the story so far for this LSU defense.
Dominic Davis averages 14 yards per punt return. Good kick. 48 yards. Nowhere to go for Davis. The starting linebacker, Joe Beavis, the tackle. The field position battle being won by LSU. A flag in it on this play as well. And we'll see where it will go. Probably moving the Tigers into Illini territory.
Yeah, it looked like LSU was successful in baiting an Illinois player there after the whistle.
Personal foul on a kicking team. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down.
Rohan Davies doing well enough. They give him better field position. Tigers inside the 40 when you come back to the Dome.
Is that supposed to be fun?
Introducing a vehicle designed for your adventures in reality. The all-new, more powerful CR-V from Honda.
Hey, sweetie. I got your email.
Uh-huh.
Where you said you were okay.
Uh-huh.
So, was that good okay or okay okay?
No, Dad, I'm, okay.
Not so okay.
Uh-huh. But it's good to hear your voice.
Quitting smoking? Here, taste this.
Nicorette Orange. Only from Nicorette.
Now this just may be a flavor I can quit with.
Sometimes victory's so close.
You can taste it.
You can do it. Nicorette Orange can help.
Every time you use your Discover card, Discover will make a donation to America's relief efforts until we reach our goal of $5 million. Just by doing what you do every day, you can help the victims and families of September 11th. To find out more, call 1-800-DISCOVER or go to discovercard.com.
Double up with Taco Bell's Crunchy Taco and Bean Burrito for 98 cents. Now with tastier beef, heartier beans, and softer tortillas. And together at just 98 cents, your taste buds will be twice as happy. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
A 26-hour marathon, the greatest college football games from this season. 9 p.m. Eastern Friday. Get ESPN Classic by calling your cable or satellite provider.
Certainly does have a Baton Rouge feel to it here in the Superdome tonight. Outstanding field position for LSU after the personal foul. Davis almost eluded the tackle behind the line of scrimmage. No gain. Schumacher on the play. Rohan Davey, hot start. Didn't get to finish the SEC championship game against Tennessee. Not that hit, but that one right there. Started on the very first drive of the first quarter. Then he came back in the second. Kevin Burnett scrambled, knocked him down. Davey had to leave the game. Actually watched the conclusion of the SEC title game in a hospital in Atlanta. And the man on the right, Matt Mauck, came in, a freshman who used to be a catcher in the Cubs system, and closed out the upset win over Tennessee. Here's Reed. First down, Josh Reed at the 25. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Michael Davies' injuries were to the left front ribs. 8th, 9th, and 10th rib tips here, which have been very sore since that game on December 8th. On that night, he was wearing a flak shirt, basically like an endo shirt that has pockets to slide little bitty pads inside. That didn't work. Tonight, they have the full Monty out here. Basically, it's a flak jacket, very, very rigorous to protect those left front ribs.
Its color is black, but it doesn't have a slimming effect. Rohan still is more nimble than he looks. Here's Davis. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown, Tigers! Referee has stopped play for a second and is walking over to Nick Saban on the LSU sideline to explain something to the coach.
What play call by Jimbo Fisher, the offensive coordinator.
He's explaining something about fans throwing something on the field. And Nick is saying, go ahead, make an announcement upstairs. Let's go back to that touchdown, though, by Davis.
Now, we talked about a great play call. Davis finishes it off. A couple of fans throwing some things on the field, and we've seen enough of that at the NFL level so far this year.
Nick actually used the referee's microphone to say something to the fans.
Just a straight inside handoff to Davis, and you get a look at his speed. 3 straight years, over 1,000 all-purpose yards, and he's a game breaker in his own right.
Junior kicker John Corbello getting set for the extra point. Not only what we saw in Cleveland, as they now explain to Ron Turner, but we also saw it in this building on a Monday night when the Rams were in here and the fans got upset as the New Orleans comeback was short-circuited.
Yeah, tough to penalize either team because we have a neutral field situation here. Tough to tell whether those cups and drinks are coming from the Illini or LSU fans or others.
Corbello blocked and back the other way for a possible 2-point conversion. It is still a live ball. The defense can score 2 if they bring it back, but it's brought down. Great pressure right away from Terrell Washington, who blocked a couple of kicks earlier this year. 3 of them, as a matter of fact.
Now Terrell Washington, number 85, watch him come right up the gut, swims by Ben Wilkerson, the center, great extension. That extra point hit him between the 8 and the 5.
He blocked an extra point against Indiana earlier this year. No points, though. It is 13-0 LSU over Illinois on the Dominic Davis touchdown.
them this big, you have to keep them focused. Where's your head at?
Large capacity with wrinkle guard.
That boy.
It's the best time to get 0% financing on home appliances and free delivery on washers and dryers over $3.99. At the only store with the top 6 brands. Sears, proud sponsor of the BCS and the Sears National Champion Football Trophy.
Intruder in Sector 12. Intruder in Sector 12.
Hey!
Can your security software protect your whole business?
Sector 12 now secure.
Not just pieces. Ours can. eTrust Security Software from Computer Associates.
Whoa. What was he thinking?
Introducing a vehicle designed for your adventures in reality. The all-new, more powerful CR-V from Honda.
The Nokia Sugar Bowl. This ABC Sports exclusive brought to you by Sears. Only Sears has the brands you want at the prices you need. Sears, where else? Aflac, ask about it at work. Honda, a versatile family of cars, minivans, and SUVs. And AT&T, let your business, let your life be boundless.
Felt like we were outside Tiger Stadium tonight as you came in. The Baton Rouge field, they were even, despite the 40-degree temperatures and wind chills in the 20s and cold rain, the tailgating, which is as good at LSU as it is any place in the land, started, well, as soon as people woke up from last night. Great kick by Corbello, and Eugene Wilson can't do anything with it.
Some people didn't have to wake up at all.
They approached this day from the long end.
Taking one more look at the replay. Watch Derek Strong, number 98, come and run right past Dominic Davis. And we talked about a turf surface being a great surface for Davis. This is only the second game LSU has played inside this year. The other game coming in the SEC championship game, and that was a heck of a game for number 31.
This is LSU's 11th Sugar Bowl appearance. They've never had a double-digit lead until now. Rocky Harvey runs for just a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd and 8 for Illinois. Need to get to the 30 for a first down, and 1st and 10 is brought to you by Computer Associates. Mr. Norrie, what is wrong with the Illini offense?
Now 4 possessions, 4 punts, including 3 3-and-outs. And Illinois has to get some sort of running game here, or Kittner's going to be feeling pressure all night.
Carey Davis took that one out across the 26-yard line. This will be 3rd and short and more manageable. They did have a couple of first downs picked up on that second drive, but you also see the bad field position. Own 16, own 14, own 6, and now they're own 20.
Yeah, and what a shocker with Nick Saban. I mean, playing solid defense, field position. You can ask Tennessee about that type of game, because Tennessee was victimized, knocked out of a trip to Pasadena.
Walter Young in motion. Kittner to throw, knocked down. Lavallee again. Well, Chad Lavallee has had a big impact, and this LSU defense, maligned during the year, has forced Kittner 1 of 11 to start the game.
Well, usually your defensive ends are the guys that bring the pressure on the pass rush. We talked about Lavallee, all the success he's had, all the quarterback hurries over the course of the season. Tremendous penetration and quickness off the football.
Fitz to kick. He's been the best thing about Illinois tonight. That's 54 yards of punt. Dominic Davis dancing for space, looking for room, and took it out to the 45. A flag comes in, It could be on the Tigers in a race. Some of that 26-yard return. It'll come back probably to around the 30-yard line. Oh, you have a second? Time for the Aflac trivia question. Who was the last Illinois quarterback to take the Illini to a major bowl? And how do we define major bowl? For argument's sake here, let's say Rose, Sugar, Orange, Fiesta, and Cotton. Okay?
I know the answer to that one.
Well, you should, and we'll explain why later. Hey, come on. You're going to have fun here or what?
That might be the first time this year. That might be the first time this year that I've come up with one of those.
It's New Year's night in New Orleans. Let's have some fun. Well, he's not.
Oh, I won't give it away.
See, Kurt Kittner went right back for that ice pack. Jerry told us about it earlier. That hand is bothering him. 1st and 10. Endeavoring Henderson in the backfield on the play action. The completion to Terrell Myers, the junior, for a 1st down. They take Davis out for a blow and fake it to Henderson. And Myers gets him 24 yards down the field.
Yeah, Myers is one of the top 4 pass catchers in LSU history. You talk about a great 3rd receiver, and that's a well-executed post corner route. Once again, Rohan Davey untouched in the pocket, and another tight throw to the outside.
Myers at 64 catches as a true freshman, 68 in the last 2 years. Davey deep drop. See, they couldn't bring him down, but he should not have thrown that. Schumacher nearly had an interception. The pressure came from the strong safety, Bobby Jackson.
We talked about Dante Culpepper and how Rohan Davey has that size and presence in the pocket. Look at the top of the screen. Bobby Jackson, one of the best safety blitzers in the Big Ten, gets into Davey low. Davey has the strength to still get the ball off. Schumacher stretching out. Some great effort for his Illinois defense down the field.
Schu's got a bunch of folks here, 51 family members that made the trip to New Orleans tonight. Flag thrown.
Dead ball. False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 2nd down.
This game 2 of the Bowl Championship Series. Game 3 tomorrow night. The FedEx Orange Bowl from Miami. Rex Grossman will not start for Florida, taking on Maryland, the Cinderella champions of the ACC. Live at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, here on ABC, the home of the Bowl Championship Series. Startling numbers in the passing game. Picking up the pressure, Reed couldn't hang on. It's a matchup that would have worked well for LSU, but Reed couldn't make the catch.
A rare miss by Rohan Davey. Josh Reed cut his route short on the outside, read the blitz. Wide receivers have to read the blitz just like quarterbacks do, and they have to be on the same page. You look at the receiving stats tonight, they've been on the same page quite a bit.
Illinois' corners are very good, but they do give up a lot of passing yards. 7th in the Big Ten and 82nd nationally. So they're not complete shutdown guys. Davey had time, goes down the middle, and it's caught by Reed at the 22. Completions of 26 and 28 yards on this drive.
Rohan Davey's arm strength made Eugene Wilson, number 28, look like he was standing in his tracks here. Watch how quickly the ball gets on number 25. That's one of the best cover corners in the country, and he could not react because of the arm strength of Rohan Davey. Pretty good ball placement as well.
Illinois has to be very careful here. Davey caught by Corey Webster. He was down at the 16. So let's think about some trends that we've seen here thus far today. SEC against the Big Ten. South Carolina jumped out to the huge lead on Ohio State, 28-0. Ohio State charged back, but South Carolina won that game. Then in the first game of our tripleheader, the Capital One Florida Citrus Bowl, But Tennessee had its way with Michigan, moved the ball easily on offense. They say that the speed of the SEC is not as big a difference against the Big Ten teams of this generation. But so far today, we've seen the SEC clearly have the upper hand. 2nd and 4, it's Davis. Dominic Davis, 3 touchdowns in 20 minutes. Corbello almost had that one blocked by Washington again, but it's good. And they're really good. He's mad, but he's really happy. The Nokia Sugar Bowl is like a home game for LSU, and they look right at home in the Dome tonight.
Sunday, Jim.
Comfortable, spacious, magnetic. The Civic from Honda.
Hey, if we get hurt. Whoa, good thing we got that insurance.
What's that? What'd you say?
Pays you cash if you can't work.
Before that.
I said I'm glad we got that insurance.
Not that.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
These are the beasts of burden, the pack mules. They trudge diligently at their master's command. This creature will live a hard life, shouldering great burdens every day, instead of roaming free like his cousin, the wild stallion.
A Nokia communicator. The ability to do just about everything without having to carry just about everything. Nokia, connecting people.
Heartburn? Give me a cold one.
Introducing Tums Cool Relief with Freeva crystals for an immediate cooling, soothing sensation and fast heartburn relief. New Tums Cool Relief with calcium.
Chili's Party Platters. The great taste of Chili's, only more of it.
You can't control the weather, but for 50 grand, could you control your heartbeat? The Chair, a new game show coming to ABC.
LSU fans were worried about LeBrandon Tofield not being in, but Dominic Davis has had an unbelievable start to the game. LSU bowl record, 4-yard touchdown run, 25-yard touchdown run, and here a 16-yarder to cap off a 6-play, 69-yard drive. Dominic Davis, 3 rushing touchdowns, best bowl performance by a running back in Tiger history. And he's got another 40 minutes to go tonight. Greg Lewis awaits for the kickoff by Corbello. It is short to the other side. Goes out of bounds, so that's a break for Illinois. They'll get good field position.
Now watch Stephen Peterman, the sophomore left guard. He's going to get a great seal block. This run is designed to go to the left side. We talked about the turf surface being a great surface for Dominic Davis, and he cuts it back to the right, uses great vision. And as you said, Mike, he's having a heck of a night early.
So tied the most touchdowns ever scored in a bowl game by an LSU player. Wendell Davis once had a 3-touchdown game in the '87 Gator Bowl against South Carolina. All right, so here's Kittner, 1 of 11, 1-yard passing. His team's had the ball for 5 possessions. They punted all 5. Finally in the hands of Brandon Lloyd on the reverse. 13 yards, first down, out near midfield, and here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Guys, LSU was concerned about the durability of Dominic Davis coming into the night. He had been injured throughout the year. He missed the entire Utah State game with a knee injury. The fourth quarter of Ole Miss with the ankle injury, and all of Alabama with an ankle injury. The question was, would he be durable? Would he step up and play tonight with LeBrandon Tofield out? I think he answered all those questions in the first 20 minutes.
I'll say, Jerry, outstanding performance. A little speedier back than Tofield. After the third Illinois first down of the night, Kittner knocked down and incomplete. He almost had a reception of his own pass that for a second was looking like an interception by Jeremy Lawrence.
Yeah, Jeremy Lawrence, the strong side linebacker, and he was headed 45 yards the other way for a touchdown if Kittner doesn't break this up. Gets his hands up, and Kittner makes a play on the football. Once again, use that left hand to throw the ball to the ground. Heady play by the four-year starter.
Lawrence comes out as an extra DB comes on for LSU. They blitz Gay. The cutback run by Davis gets it out across midfield to the 48. Trev Falk made that tackle. First team all SEC linebacker.
Now, Illinois is in a danger zone right now, and Kurt Kittner and his offensive teammates have to respond with the drive. LSU in a comfort zone, a lot of fans here playing at home. And in New Orleans, you get the momentum going against you, and it could be a long night for Illinois.
These Illinois fans are waiting and watching just like those guys. 3rd and 7. It's incomplete. High shot for Aaron Moorhead. His dad, Emory Moorhead, played in the National Football League. Cousin of Brad Daugherty.
Kurt Kittner's right hand may be bothering him. That's usually a ball that Kittner puts on the numbers, the ball sailing on him, and one of the first indications of a hand injury getting to a quarterback is the ball sailing.
Well, the bad news for Illinois is that Steve Fitz has been their MVP tonight. He'll give LSU a long field with a 35-yard punt. Got an answer? So far, no.
What gets a child to college? The support of her family, of course. And now, the savings families can create with AT&T and You Promise. For every minute you spend on long-distance calls from home, AT&T will contribute to your child's You Promise college savings account. Get grandparents, relatives, friends to sign up, and their AT&T calls grow the savings even more. Because the more people behind a college student, the better. Start now. Enroll at att.com/youpromise.
With a smooth, car-like ride, dual-side airbags, and a 240-horsepower engine.
Go ahead, I'll bring her in.
Hannah. It's one of the joys of parenthood. The Odyssey from Honda.
This is the big one. I wonder if Nikki can handle it.
Mary, she was great in her time.
She's good for a little girl.
It's the best time to get 0% financing on home appliances and free delivery on refrigerators over $3.99 at the only store with the top 6 brands. Sears, proud sponsor of the BCS and the Sears National Champion Football Trophy.
Wednesday, January 9th, 29th Annual American Music Awards. Live. Featuring Garth Brooks, Cher, Brooks and Dunn, Alicia Keys, Toby Keith, Lenny Kravitz, NSYNC, Kid Rock, Shag, Britney Spears, and more.
This is America's music.
Hosted by Sean P. Diddy Combs and Jenny McCarthy.
Wow!
Wednesday, January 9th at 8, 7 Central.
Only on ABC.
You're watching the Nokia Sugar Bowl on ABC Sports.
As good a pass-catch combo as the Big Ten has, but thus far, Kurt Kittner has just one completion in 13 attempts, still continuing to ice that right hand that Jerry Punch told us earlier was bent back as he was being rushed by LSU. Brandon Lloyd has only touched it on the 14-yard reverse last drive. LSU leading 20-0 will work out of the shotgun from inside its own 50. Pressure on Davey, and this pass incomplete. It was intended for Michael Clayton. Well, here is the Aflac trivia question answer. Last Illinois quarterback to take the Illini to a major bowl game was Jack Trudeau in the 1984 Rose Bowl against UCLA, the Big Ten champs. They went up against UCLA and lost. The quarterback for the Bruins that day, current University of Washington coach Rick Neuheisel. And the backup quarterback for UCLA that day, David Norrie.
Yeah, I had a good seat for that game.
On the run, Davis gets it out to the 18-yard line. Washington on the tackle. Neuheisel was the most valuable player of that game.
Along with Don Rogers, the great free safety, the late Don Rogers. And looking back to that Illinois team, the 83 team, that was the first team in the history of the Big Ten to beat all other 9 teams in the Big Ten.
It's one of those years where they played everybody and went with one less non-conference game. Illinois could use a 3-and-out in the worst way. Not going to get it. Josh Reed, first down, 30-yard line.
There are not many quarterbacks at the college level that can throw the ball on the move this effortlessly. Davey rolling to the right. We take a look at the receiver action downfield, an out route by Reed, and he gets into his cuts at full speed. Davey takes a little bit off the ball on the move to the right, and once again throws the ball very accurately to Reed on the sideline.
93 yards for Josh Reed on 6 catches. Davis got a nice block to move that 7-8 yards forward. Rodney Reed, the left tackle from West Monroe, Louisiana, pulling and knocking Illini down. Oh, it's a new year and a new season, but still the same bad attitude. Dennis Leary's back. The Job starting Wednesday, January 16th, a couple of weeks from tomorrow on ABC, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central. Pickup of 8, 2nd and 2. Davis again. That time will get stopped. Schumacher, 42 in blue, leading the way for Illinois, as he normally does defensively. I mentioned he has 51 family members. I flew in on the flight from Atlanta to New Orleans with him. Boy, they had a great time. They were picked up by a limo at the family house, made it a big trip. Everyone's down here. The only one who's not here is his sister, Katie, who's a star volleyball and basketball player for the Illini. Goes to school in Champaign as well. And Katie, Jerry wants you to know that he wishes you could be here as the more talented, as he joked, older sister in the family. 3rd and 2, pass incomplete, too high for Michael Clayton, and Illinois' defense able to get LSU off the field.
The Tigers are going to have to punt the ball away here, but the play calling by Jimbo Fisher, the offensive coordinator for LSU, has Illinois totally off balance. He's mixing in pass, run, shotgun, keeping Rohan Davey on the move, alive in the pocket. And this Illinois defense has not solved LSU's offensive puzzle yet in the first half.
Donnie Jones set to punt. Go out of bounds, a 42-yard kick, spins out at the 20. 1 of 13. Kurt Kittner's had plenty of slow starts this year. He's also had plenty of comebacks. Better get moving.
For his first attempt, a 360 tomahawk.
Introducing new Tostitos Scoops.
Amazing. And now the alley-oop reverse.
With the bite-sized bowl-shaped design.
Oh, my. And what everyone's been waiting for, the two-handed thunder.
For the perfect dip every time.
Oh, the judges have to be impressed.
New Tostitos Scoops. The dip lover's chip. Also great with new Queso Supreme dip.
Somalia in 1993.
RPG! We took a hit!
6-1 is going down. 100 American soldiers found themselves surrounded by 5,000 rebel fighters.
We got a man down!
The only thing more incredible than the odds was how they triumphed.
Come on!
Black Hawk Down, rated R. Now playing in New York and LA, everywhere January 18th.
So the bun cake was bad.
The bun cake was abysmal, but you're missing the point of the story. The entire staff has food poisoning, leaving packages to be shipped, deadlines to be met, and one sales manager to do it all.
Just one?
One.
You didn't have the bun cake.
He had the Danish. Stay with me. He jumps on FedEx.com. He's shipping. He's tracking. Getting confirmations on his cell phone. He's pagers, PDA.
He's got a PDA?
Everybody's got a PDA. Nevertheless, packages arrive. He triumphs over adversity.
I don't have PDA.
Check, please.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Why would you do?
Took the Lord's name in vain.
How many times?
Quite a few.
Ballpark.
500.
In a day? Who is this?
Do you want to be forgiven or not?
The Job is back Wednesday, January 16th on ABC. Viewer discretion is advised.
Father?
Hey, get out of here.
Coming up at halftime, it's the Nokia $1 million challenge. Remember a couple of years ago, Joe Theismann throwing successfully, giving Bob Motorak the opportunity to win $500,000 in the Nokia challenge. Joe's going to be throwing for Greg Jepson this year. Joe's been working and practicing. He did the Sunday night game here in New Orleans, so he's got no jet lag. We'll see if he can help a $1 million winner tonight. $1 million performance by this defense so far. Howard Green stops Antonio Harris for no gain.
Howard Green has emerged in the last 4 games as a starter for LSU inside of the defensive tackle position. And he laid a bear hug on an Illinois ball carrier there. Very strong inside along with Lavallee. Very tough to pick up yards in between the tackles.
Tried a first down run, got nothing out of it. 2nd and 10 for Kittner. To Lloyd, first reception. Ball came free, no whistle. LSU has it at the 5. Randall Gay. It belongs to the Tigers.
The hit was made by Trev Falk, number 7. Actually, no, that's Randall Gay coming in and stripping the football.
Oh, whoa.
And he gets up. There's Falk late, taking Lloyd to the ground, but that was Gay that made the strip. He makes the theft, and then he makes the pickup.
Whew. Yanked it away from him. They ruled it started to come out before he was down on the ground. 1st and goal. Davis gets back to the line of scrimmage. Ty Myers on the tackle. So the first turnover of this game could give LSU a huge advantage.
Randall Gay has had a great game here in the first half. Coming in as the nickel cornerback for LSU. Playing wide receivers tight on the outside. What a play on the strip and the recovery.
Davis moves to the left side of the formation. And Josh Reed said, this is too screwed up, guys. I'm going to stop it right here at 4:55 first half.
Smart play by Josh Reed. You know, this is not a place on the field where you can make a mistake. And Randall Gay feeling it. We'll be right back.
Yo. 2 6-packs and a big bag of ice. Didn't even hit a bite, but the brew tastes nice. Back to the stick it in the fridge, stick it in the fridge, stick it in the fridge, stick it in the fridge.
Turner spent a good part of this timeout asking the referee about the ruling on that fumble. Brandon Lloyd was visibly upset. He's trying to calm down his receiver. Here it was during the break, and he's explaining to Brandon what the referee said. You know, Ron Turner has a very easygoing demeanor, calm about him, that I think helps this team in their comeback situations. Here was the call. Lloyd felt like he was down with possession. The officials ruled Gay was wrestling it out. Thus a live ball. 2nd and goal. They fake the reverse. Davey chased by Washington. Threw it away.
That's one of the gifts that Rohan Davey brings to the table. Even with a big pass rusher, a defensive end like Terrell Washington, number 85, hanging on him, Rohan Davey has the size and the release point to get the ball off. And he saved the day. He lives to fight another day by throwing that ball through the back of the end zone. Keeps his team alive for a 3rd and goal situation.
4 receivers, the 2 best, Clayton and Reed, are at the bottom of the screen. Nobody open at first. Now breaking free. Touchdown. Josh Reed.
You think these two can work well together? Josh Reed is a 3rd choice. Davey looking to his right, checking 2 receivers, and Reed stays alive along the end line.
Corbello adds the extra point. Not as spectacular, but similar to the Peach Bowl touchdown of last year when Davey and Reed let a come-from-behind win. Right now, Illinois is in the come-from-behind position. Big time.
Sunday, 9/8 Central.
There are so many things that I should say.
Sydney brings in the new year with a bang and a shocking discovery.
My father was responsible for those deaths.
We have to report him to Langley.
A confession.
I knew that it was time.
That will change everything. A new alias. Then at 10/9 Central.
You know something.
A minister with a killer secret.
If you make me testify, I'd lose my church.
A new alias, followed by a new practice. ABC Sunday starting 9/8 Central.
LSU going for a 5th consecutive bowl win. Leads 27-0. Last year at the Peach Bowl, Rohan Davey came in, replacing Josh Booty, led a great comeback, including this back of the end zone spectacular grab by Reed. They beat Georgia Tech 28-14. Kind of laid the foundation for this year. Davey came in as the starter with no Josh Booty to contend with for the start. Had the job from day one and has excelled all season.
That play on the 2-point conversion looked like a carbon copy of this last touchdown.
Yep. Returnable finally for Eugene Wilson. They fake the reverse. Wilson maintains possession and takes it out to the 25-yard line. Jerry Punch.
Michael, you mentioned Rohan Davey last year in the Peach Bowl. He came in the 2nd half in place of Josh Booty, and the players still remember his speech in the huddle before the very first play. He looked them in the eye and said, "We will win this football game." And 25 unanswered points later, they did. Josh Booty says he is our sunshine on a rainy day.
Jimbo Fisher, the offensive coordinator, said that every player in the locker room for LSU had their eyes down on the floor, and there was only one player on the team could get those eyes back up. And that was Rohan Davey.
Hittner to the air. Looking deep, and it's well covered. Now tries to find a back-breaking free. And it is caught by Rocky Harvey. Marquise Hill is saying, wait a minute. I'm 6'7", 285. I was covering the back. I'm not supposed to cover him 50 yards downfield.
What was Marquise Hill doing downfield for LSU? I mean, the Tigers might have wanted to substitute another cornerback in his place. Tough for a big guy to make a play on the football looking back. You talk about a mismatch. And what a play by Rocky Harvey. Give credit to Kurt Kittner for making that throw and keeping Harvey alive.
47-yard pass and catch. About as much offense as they had to that point. Now Kittner throws for Young. Out of bounds at the 2. 42, then 31 yards.
Well, Illinois has come from behind 5 times this year, 3 times in the 4th quarter. Not from 27 points, but this gets Illinois right back in the game. And watch the footwork along the sideline. That was a nice play by Young. Kittner takes a fierce hit in the pocket and still delivers the ball to the outside. Great play by Young to bring in that pass with his fingertip.
Kittner throws for it. Touchdown! Brian Hodges. Harvey's play started this drive. Peter Christophilakis on for the extra point. Kicker who emerged in the middle of the season. Player of the game in Ann Arbor against Michigan. The fans from Champaign get to yell I-L-L-I-N-I as the Illini are finally on the scoreboard.
This is your heartbeat, standing still. This is your heartbeat, walking. This is your heartbeat, running. And this is your heartbeat, sitting in the chair. A new game show from the network that brought you Millionaire. The Chair, coming to ABC.
Rocky Harvey caught 14 balls this year for an average of 15 per grab. A significant one here might have kept Illinois in the game.
Now taking a look one more time at Walter Young's catch. This followed the Rocky Harvey play. Fingertip grab, tries to stretch the ball over the goal line. And here's the touchdown. Watch Hodges block and then sneak out into the flat. Kerry Davis underneath, and just enough air under that football from Kittner to get it out over number 11, Brady James, the linebacker for LSU. Illinois was on life support. They're off it, and this is a game again.
Pass completions of 42, 31, and then the 2-yard touchdown to the senior from Country Club Heights, Illinois, Brian Hodges. Steve Fitz to kick off. LSU does not think he can take it to the goal line. Dominic Davis from the 3. With a seam. It closed quickly at the 27. John Saunders and Terry Bowden. I don't know if they've been sneaking out to take a ride on any of the roller coasters at the Disneyland Resort in California, but we will see them at halftime.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, here is the stat total for the big performers. Rohan Davey, his percentage has dropped off a little bit. Dominic Davis, an LSU bowl record, 3 touchdowns. Josh Reed pushing 100 yards here before halftime. Davis, gaping hole. Into the clear. Got a good block downfield from Myers as well. And took it all the way to the 37-yard line.
This LSU offense is so dangerous because they can spread you out and they can go with the power game. There is a flag on the field.
The LSU hold.
And a look at Dominic Davis finishing off this run. This one should come back. But more importantly, Illinois needs to solve the run game for LSU.
Offense. 10-yard penalty. Started foul. Still first down.
Might have been one of the outside guys, perhaps a receiver.
Yeah, it might have been Josh Reed. Let's freeze it right there. Yep. Right there, Josh Reed, and he's going to get that right handful of jersey. And that's where the hold came. You know, Dominic Davis is a good enough runner one-on-one to make a single defender miss. A rare mistake, a rare mental mistake by Josh Reed. He doesn't need to make that block.
Penalty from the spot of the foul, so it's the odd 1st and 7 pass that's complete for a first down to Michael Clayton, his 5th catch on the evening.
And Mike, you know, when you have the ability to come in with 3 quality wide receivers and spread a team out, you have such an advantage because you can count the numbers on defense. And with a guy like Dominic Davis in the backfield, when the numbers are in your favor in the box, go ahead and give him the ball. And it's paying big dividends for LSU.
Very effective in the 3-receiver, 1-back set that they're in right now. That time, a good tackle by Jeff Ruffin, who has emerged here over the last few games. Donnie Thompson, the defensive line coach of the Illini, told me before the game down on the field that this sophomore from Aurora, Illinois, he can come out and have a 2-3 sack game really easily. He's that kind of a big game type of performer.
Yeah, Ron Turner has the benefit of being able to rotate 10 different defenders along that front 4, but this front 4 is getting bullied. The LSU offensive line is having a day.
Quick toss, good catch. Clayton, good after the catch. Out to the 34-yard line. And another first down. LSU has made 18 first downs in the first 28 minutes.
Rohan Davey continues to hit on all cylinders. Another timing route. And the classy true freshman Michael Clayton not only runs a good route, secures the catch, but some graceful running to pick up the first down upfield.
The lead block of Joe DiMaggio. Devery Henderson carries this time. Through a shoe as he was tackled by strong safety Bobby Jackson. Al Dennis and Dan will wrap up the regular season of Monday Night Football with Ray Lewis and the Ravens hosting Randy Moss and the Vikings. Monday Night Football returns to Monday night, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on ABC. Ravens trying to defend their Super Bowl championship, and if they can work their way through the AFC, they would be right back here in Superdome, hosting the Super Bowl for the 6th time, more than any other stadium ever. 2nd and 9. The 30th pass of the night for Davey is just behind Josh Reed.
He hasn't missed many tonight. He aimed that ball a little bit because he had Josh Reed on the skinny post. This is a big situation for Illinois. LSU not quite in comfortable field goal position for Corbello. 3rd and 9 situation, and Ron Turner's team needs to keep touch here. Down 20 points just before the half.
And they are about to run their 50th play of the half. That's a lot of plays in a half.
A lot of time on the field for this Illinois defense.
18 minutes. Pressure has not been a factor tonight. Underneath Clayton. It'll be 1st and goal from the 10.
Now the story of the first half is that the Illinois blitz package is not getting to the quarterback. They're not getting there. And with the speed of Clayton underneath on a crossing route, Rohan Davey, you give him this much time and you give Clayton time to clear underneath, it's pitch and catch.
You said it, speed. That's the difference here tonight. LSU is too fast for Illinois. Davis. Got it out to the 6. Tackled by Abdullah. 47 seconds. Nick has 2 timeouts left, and he's letting it go here.
That's right, Mike. It is the speed that's really showing down on the turf level there for Nick Saban, but also this is a power performance by his offensive line, and they're blocking people up front almost every play.
Davey pressured in the air. Incomplete. Robert Royal almost made a spectacular grab.
That was an opportunity wasted by Illinois, and Royal was in the right place at the right time.
Ty Myers, starting linebacker, was injured, and they'll stop the game for him to come off the field.
Davey gave Illinois an opportunity here to turn the ball over for LSU and turn the ball back into the hands of Kittner. And what a big play that would have been for an Illinois defender to come down with that in the end zone. Robert Royal saving the day for the Tigers, going up and almost making the play for the touchdown.
Third and goal. See if they try Royal again. Davey, back of the end zone. Royal! Touchdown!
Davey was looking to Dominic Davis up the left sideline. Threw against his body, had his body totally opened up to the left sideline, then came back to Royal. That's an unbelievable play in the pocket by Rohan Davey.
I am shocked. Not shocked that LSU's on top, but they have completely dominated. They've run 53 plays, have 344 yards, and 34 points in this half.
Right, that play was designed to go up the sideline to Dominic Davis. Dominic Davis is going to come out of the backfield, and he is the first choice for Rohan Davey. But watch Davey. He doesn't even have time to get the gun loaded. His body totally opened up. And the arm strength once again. What vision by Davey to pick up Royal on his radar screen along the end line and make the play. He has had an unbelievable first half.
So have these guys. They were tired coming in here after New Year's Eve, and they're tired out with 34 points in the first half.
I have a feeling it's been more than the first half for those guys.
Well, Turner just saw Robert Royal catch the touchdown. That put LSU into the Sugar Bowl record book with 34 points and a half. You know, David, they've been here, as I mentioned, 10 times before, and they totaled in those 10 games 81 points. Now, some of the games were played back in the 30s when 3-2 was one of the scores of an LSU Sugar Bowl.
Only one team has had more Sugar Bowl appearances than LSU, and that's Alabama with 12.
Only to the 25, Nick Piazza. We have seen big bowl game comebacks. As I mentioned earlier today, Ohio State against South Carolina, down 28-0. Illinois is going to have to do that, or else this will be an embarrassing start to 2002 for the Big Ten.
Well, it's an embarrassment for the Illinois defensive team. I mean, that was a time where you come back and you hold serve after Kittner brings his team down for the score. And Illinois' defense was not up to the task.
Jerry Punch with Nick Saban.
Coach, 344 yards and 34 points in the first half. What an effort by Rohan Davey and Dominic Davis.
Well, we're doing a good job on offense, both running and throwing, and those two guys are having a great night, but our receivers are doing a good job as well. They're playing a lot of man-to-man, and we're able to take advantage of it.
Defensively, they burned you toward the end of the first half in the secondary, concern at halftime?
Well, we were in a fire zone there, and that was a defensive end trying to take Rocky Harvey. I'd say we got a mismatch there, which probably wasn't very smart on our part. So I just think we got to keep playing. This is a very good two-minute team. They came back in 5 games and won this year. So, you know, we got to play for 60 minutes, and we certainly can't let up on defense.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, thanks, Coach.
A Sugar Bowl record 27 points. And John and Terry, as we send it to you, in California, it is all LSU at the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
Mike, thanks a lot. You were talking about us enjoying the rides. There's Terry. I was actually doing a lot of work. Don't you hate it, Terry, when you come to the park by yourself, they stick you with that other guy nobody wants to hang out with?
Intense preparation, intense preparation.
All right, but as we look at this half, Illinois does have the fact that they can come back from big deficits.
But LSU is so talented and just like so much more talented than Illinois.
All right, 34-7 halftime coming up.
Sunday, 9/8 Central.
There are so many things that I should say.
Sydney brings in the new year with a bang and a shocking discovery.
My father was responsible for those deaths.
We have to report him to Langley.
A confession
I knew that it was time.
that will change everything. A new alias. Then at 10/9 Central.
You know something.
A minister with a killer secret.
If you make me testify, I'd lose my church.
A new alias, followed by a new practice. ABC Sunday starting 9/8 Central. From Stephen King, the modern master of suspense.
Some houses are born bad. Houses like Rose Red.
Dr. Joyce Reardon has found the key
Annie Wheaton is a searchlight. If anyone can wake up Rose Red, she is the one.
that will unlock the secrets
Are you holding the doors and windows closed?
of Rose Red.
Somebody help me up! We shouldn't be here.
Bad house.
Stephen King's Rose Red, Sunday, January 27th on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
Hail to the orange, hail to the blue. Hail alma mater, ever so true, so true.
We love no other, so let our motto be Victory, Illinois.
Varsity. The University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
I can't do any better than that, so
Creating change through a commitment to the total growth and development of the student athlete, teaching the tools for success in life, developing individuals with the knowledge to effectively communicate and affect change on campus and in the community, giving student athletes the opportunity to become passionate, engaged, service-oriented leaders. The NCAA Foundation Leadership Conference, educating future leaders for a lifetime of success.
Midnight is not that far off, so Cinderella, you better get to the ball and get back before the coach turns into a pumpkin. We're here at the Disneyland Resort in California. John Saunders alongside of Terry Bowden, and there's at least 4 teams in the BCS hoping that they don't have their stagecoaches turned into pumpkins, including this afternoon, the very first of the BCS games, the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. In this one, the winner knew that they could possibly have a claim for the national championship. Joey Harrington, this game belonged to him. 28 yards to Keenan Howery here.
I think he made a great statement. Threw 4 touchdown passes. That was the first one there.
And then he goes deep here. And you want to see a pass that's on the money? Looking for Sammy Parker, who had 9 receptions for 162 yards. Never had to break stride in this one. Another touchdown. They take the lead. But Maurice Morris, this is the one that broke everyone's back. A little later on the run. Looks like he's down, pops up, and takes it in.
He's been good all year, but they're such a balanced offensive football team. They run the ball as well as they pass it.
Everybody stopped on the play from Colorado, thought he was down. But it was the defense that was most impressive for Oregon. Bobby Purify hit for a loss here. And the Duck fans say, bring on Miami. They're not going to get a chance to play Miami, but as Mike Bellotti lifts the trophy, perhaps they'll get a share of the national championship. Joey Harrington, 28 of 42, 350 yards, 4 touchdowns. After the game, he talked with Jack Arute, as did his head coach, Mike Bellotti.
I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to state your case for a share of the national title.
I don't want to do it with words. I think we did it with our play on the field today.
I think we did everything we could. I think obviously we demonstrated we're a pretty darn good football team, and we can play with anybody. We can play offense, defense, and special teams.
And now you're going to have to wait. How tough is that going to be?
Well, it's going to be a lot better now, just the fact that we know we took care of business on our end. You know, I'm just proud. I'm very pleased. I'm not going to worry about anything with the BCS. I'm just so proud of my coaches and players.
Rose Bowl presented by AT&T on Thursday night. Will you be watching?
I think I might even be there.
Thinks he's going to be there. We know he's going to be there. Joey Harrington as well is going to come, but Mike Bellotti is going to have a chance to sit down with us at halftime of that game. The impressive thing to me, if there was a knock against Oregon as the #2 team in the nation in both polls, voted by the coaches and the writers, if there was a knock, it was that their defense wasn't that good. Lost to Stanford, giving up almost 50 points. Had another big game where it came down to the wire where they gave up almost 50 points. Their defense stepped up today.
I don't think any of us thought that they were physical enough to stop Colorado's running game, and yet they came out great plan was put in by the coaches. The players were prepared, held Colorado to under 50 yards rushing, but it was a complete game. The offense had 500 yards of offense. Joey Harrington never sacked, 4 touchdown passes. You know what? If Nebraska wins, I don't care if it's by 50. I think they earned the Associated Press National Championship.
Well, I think we know this much for sure. There are a lot of writers out there just hoping that this was exactly what would happen. Had Colorado won, it would have been a lot tougher voting a #2 team for the national championship. But right now, we know that a lot of people out there who are Oregon fans are now huge Nebraska fans as well. That one comes up on Thursday in the Rose Bowl, presented by AT&T. For more on that, let's join Keith Jackson.
National championships, not exactly a new thing for Miami and Nebraska. Since 1983, the Hurricanes and Cornhuskers have combined for 7 national championships. So they know how, and they're committed to it again. And they're in the Rose Bowl, a neutral field for both teams this time. Miami tackle Joaquin Gonzalez, Nebraska quarterback Eric Crouch have this comment about their teams and their attitude.
We're the University of Miami, and we haven't been here in so long, and the guys that are seniors and leaders were here when we went 5-6 in 1997, and not to be here in 2001, to be 11-0, playing for a national championship. I mean, ain't nobody taking our unbeaten streak or our perfect season away from us.
They haven't been beat, and we're coming off a loss. We're hungry for a victory. We don't lose very many football games, and when we do, we really take them hard. And we have a lot to go out and prove to this whole world that we are a better football team than when we stepped on the field the last time.
What we have here in the Rose Bowl is that classic old matchup, power versus speed. Ought to be a cracking good game, John Saunders.
We can't wait to have Keith back calling the national championship as well, because this one, as you said, should be a cracking good game. But this is a game where if you're Miami, you know you're a terrific team, you know you're talented, you know you're unbeaten, but you should be wary. This Nebraska team is motivated.
That's right. Miami is talented. They've got a lot of focus to win this game. But Nebraska, look at their motivation. Nobody thought they should be in this football game. And they're the underdogs. They're not supposed to win. Put a few wrinkles in that offense. Tweak the blocking schemes. If they can do something that Miami isn't prepared for, get 7 to 10 points, they may just win this football game.
The thing that stands out is that Miami's 40th in the country against the run. Nebraska is the best rushing team in the country. But if you look at what Miami did against Syracuse and their option, they potentially could shut them down.
Well, you're exactly right, because one thing about Miami, they're so talented up front, and their safeties are very physical. They are talented enough to run down the option and stand up to the power inside running game of Nebraska. It's going to be tough for Nebraska to beat this Miami team because they're so talented on defense.
That's a Rose Bowl presented by AT&T. Comes your way Thursday night. We know this much. Winner of the game will get the Sears Trophy, emblematic of the national championship.
This halftime report is brought to you by General Motors, GM, the car company in overdrive.
Unique and exciting things are happening at Louisiana State University. Hi, I'm LSU Chancellor Mark Emmert. Come visit our beautiful campus and see academic excellence in action.
The Southeastern Conference, a tradition of excellence. SEC, celebrating 10 years of the conference championship game.
Part of the Parade of Lights here at the Disneyland Resort in California. A little entertainment down the streets as we get you ready for the Rose Bowl presented by AT&T. That, of course, is Thursday night. Tomorrow night, it's the FedEx Orange Bowl. The Maryland Terrapins looking to pull off what would be an unbelievable season to go to 11-1, and also a chance to knock off the Florida Gators, a team that's heavily favored. But something is going the Terrapins' way. That is, the starting quarterback will not start the game for Florida. For more on that, let's join Brad Nessler.
Well, John, the big news early today, Steve Spurrier made the official announcement. Rex Grossman won't start at quarterback, missed a curfew last week, so Brock Berlin gets the start, and we expected to see Brock Berlin play a quarterback in this game anyway. Possibility that he's going to transfer. Steve Spurrier said today, I'm not starting him to keep him, but Rex Grossman broke a team rule, and that's the story. For Maryland, they couldn't be happier to be here. Ralph Friedgen's excited about this one. His team looking for an 11th victory on a remarkable season. Should be a lot of points in this one, I think, fellas. Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year to you as well, Brad. Look forward to that game. But again, this plays a little bit into the hands of Maryland. But Steve Spurrier, I get the feeling, is not too concerned.
I don't think he is. Brock Berlin is a heck of a quarterback. If he has success, you might not even see Rex Grossman. But believe me, if he doesn't have a good game, they'll bring Rex Grossman in. And the great thing, if he has a positive experience, John, he may not transfer.
Yeah, Brock Berlin, his mother's already said that he's headed down the road to the Miami Hurricane. All right, stick around. The second half still to come. I want to remind you, aerial views provided by the Saturn Lightship. Coming up, the Nokia $1 Million Challenge with Joe Theismann, all ahead from New Orleans.
On September 11th, 2001, terrorists struck our nation. All Americans were affected. As we move beyond the shock, the sorrow, and the anger, we must resolve to embrace a new period of normalcy, a period not defined by fear, but by patience, alertness, and unity of spirit.
All our lives, all we wanted to do was play basketball. Basketball brought us so close to our dreams. As we got older, basketball got easier. Life got harder. And for us, one single bet, one simple step can take us in the wrong direction. Don't cross that line. The only thing we should be betting on is ourselves.
Hello, and welcome to the 2002 Nokia Sugar Bowl. We hope you're enjoying the game with your family, friends, and the millions of fans across the country who are brought together every year by a passion for college football. Nokia is proud to sponsor this traditional New Year's Classic that underscores our commitment to connecting people. On behalf of everyone at Nokia, we wish you and yours the best in the promising year ahead.
New for 2002, 0 to 60 in 5.6. High-performance lateral slashers. Twin 20mm assault cannons, and the popular passenger ejection system. All standard equipment on the Bond Picture Show premieres Saturday, January 26th. Did we mention the supplemental restraint system?
Welcome back to the Nokia Sugar Bowl. At the half, LSU leads Illinois 34-7. Now it's time for the Nokia $1 Million Challenge halftime event, where Joe Theismann will have 45 seconds to complete as many throws as he can through the giant Nokia phone. In the past couple of years, Joe's had some mixed luck in this Nokia $1 Million Challenge, but no problem yesterday. Let's see what he can do as we explain the game. Each pass completed with a regulation brown football worth $10,000. But every fourth throw comes with a blue and white Nokia money ball worth $20,000. The maximum Joe can accumulate is $100,000. And Greg Jepson will then have one throw to add a 0 to Joe's total and could wind up with $1 million. So if Joe makes enough throws totaling $100,000, Mr. Jepson will be throwing for $1 million. Even if he misses, he still pockets the original amount earned by Joey T. Let's go down to the field and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Joe, last year you found your rhythm and got 6 in for $60,000. Can you make it all the way to $100,000 tonight?
I can. I just want to give away as much Nokia money as I possibly can tonight.
You were always great under pressure. Good luck to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jerry.
Well, he's got 45 seconds, Mike.
All right, Jerry, we'll watch Joe Theismann, who was in rhythm yesterday. The clock will start at 45. And when Joe goes, the clock will. Hitting the first one's important. He's in rhythm. Now, this one's worth $20,000. It's still time to get it up there. 40,000. This one for 20. This is way up there now. Joe's going to, I think, get it up to 100 grand. Let's see. There's 70. Joe is dialed in. This one could get it to 100. Nope. There's nope. Thought that one was in the window. There's 90,000, and anyone that goes through now will get it up to 100 grand. There it is. So Joe takes it up to 100,000. Very good performance for the All-Pro Joe Theismann, who is fired up. Joe not shy about the spotlight. He found good rhythm this year. In the past years, it's been a slow start, but hitting the first couple. And he looked like a Super Bowl Sunday in a Redskin helmet. Jerry?
Well, you made a living for 12 years in the NFL, threading a needle. You hadn't lost a thing.
There's a chance maybe I can come back for a few dollars. I appreciate it. Thank you. No, I'm happy to give Greg the opportunity to try and throw for $1 million. I hope he makes it. I really do.
All right, let's bring Greg in here. How about it? What did the expert tell you here? He's been helping you out the last couple of days. What did he tell you have to do?
Well, I'd like to thank him. I tell you, this guy is great. He gave me inspiration. Aim higher. I tell you, I'm going for it.
Can you add that final 0?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Aim high is the key, not the same velocity as the pros, so it's going to dive quicker. Aim high, get it online for $1 million. Greg Jepson. Little southpaw, one toss. Sweaty palms for $1 million. Did he do it? Oh.
It's all right anyway.
Still $100,000. Let's see how close he came. Just didn't give it enough. A little over to the left, but he and wife Pat will have some good money to take home. Back to Jerry.
Well, Greg and Pat, not a bad way to start the new year with $100,000. I know you got to be pleased with the folks at Nokia just giving you a shot.
Hey, I appreciate Nokia and my family and Joe Theismann. It's been wonderful, and I thank them all.
Well, now let's bring in Pekka Vartinen from Nokia for the check presentation.
Greg, on behalf of Nokia, I'm very glad that you participated in Nokia $1 million challenge, and tonight I'm also happy that it paid off for you, and I'm glad to present this check of $100,000 for you tonight. Merry Happy New Year.
What a great way to start the new year, Michael. $100,000 for the Jepson family.
Jerry, thank you. Our halftime score, LSU 34, Illinois 7. We're back with the second half kickoff of the Nokia Sugar Bowl. After this message and a word from your ABC station.
ABC Sports presents the most anticipated game in the Bowl Championship Series, the Rose Bowl, presented by AT&T. Undefeated #1 Miami aims for their 5th national title. They face #2 Nebraska, led by Heisman Trophy winner Eric Crouch. Miami, Nebraska for the national championship, Thursday night at 8/5 Pacific on ABC.
Coming up tonight on News 2 Louisiana after the Sugar Bowl, an update on the expected winter weather. We're under a winter storm watch at this time, and the cold rain that's falling will probably change over to sleet and snow after midnight. We'll have an update on the winter weather coming up after the game.
Can't believe we have a flat tire.
Yet, just in case. Hey,
You looking for some action?
Vegas action, that is.
Paragon Casino Resort. Vegas action, Southern attitude. For a great deal on a great room, call 1-800-WIN-1-WIN.
Come to the family-owned and operated Cassius Casino in Port Allen today, where the Vegas-style video poker machines are ready for your entertainment. Cassius Casino is the finest, cleanest, classiest casino around. And Cassius 50-style diner is now serving seafood daily, along with your favorite home-cooked specials 24/7. Hey, Cassius is fun. Cassius is exciting. So come to the unsinkable Cassius Casino in Port Allen. Over the river 2 miles west of exit 151.
You can count on Jerry Lane.
Jerry Lane wants to keep America rolling. So right now, we're offering 0% financing on all 2001 and 2002 Chevrolets, Buicks, Saturns, GMCs, and Pontiacs. With 0% financing, you'll save thousands. Keep America rolling with 0% financing. You can count on Jerry Lane.
You can count on Jerry Lane.
You're watching the Bowl Championship Series on ABC Sports as coverage of the Nokia Sugar Bowl continues.
Must have been a long halftime in the Illinois side. Dr. Jerry Punch standing by with their head coach.
And, Coach, we saw flashes late in the first half of that potent Illinois offense. Can you sustain it in the second half?
Well, you know, I hope so. We just have to come out and be more relaxed. I really sensed from our offense that we were uptight. We came out really tight, and I thought we were close to making some plays. We just didn't make them, you know, so we got to make some of those. Got to relax, play like we're capable of, make some plays. Got to do a better job on third downs on both sides, defensively getting stops and offensively converting.
Can you get pressure on Rohan Davey?
Well, we better. We're getting to them just too late. We've got to get there quicker. We've got to tighten down our coverage a little bit and play more aggressively.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Art.
Michael?
All right, Doc, thank you. A shocking first half. Not that LSU is ahead. LSU is a good team. Illinois could get no rhythm going offensively, David, in that first half.
No, the key has been the LSU defensive rush. And up front, the front four doing a great job getting into the pocket. And the defensive backs, we talked about how maligned they've been over the course of the season, making great breaks on the football. The defense has been the story for LSU.
And coming in, there was a concern. LeBrandon Tofield out with the ACL injury that he suffered in the SEC title game. Could they run the ball effectively with Dominic Davis? I guess the answer has been yes. 3 touchdowns to start the scoring for LSU. The first one was a questionable call. His knee was down before he crossed the plane, but it was on 1st and goal from the 1-inch line. Then the second touchdown, a 25-yarder, and a 16-yarder after that, 20-0 early second quarter, and then through the air. Josh Reed, a touchdown catch, and Robert Royal in the back of the end zone. 2 back of the end zone receptions that looked like they were not the player who was supposed to get the ball on those plays. As we look at our Morgan Stanley well-connected storyline, Illinois' offense couldn't establish a ground game, and Kurt Kittner was very slow out of the gate in terms of pass completions.
Well, LSU's defense set the table, and Rohan Davey getting some protection up front, working to the speed that you talked about, Mike, on the outside with the wide receivers, has really created this lead.
Talk about the numbers for the quarterbacks, both playing their final game at these universities. 2 seniors. Kittner, 5 of 17. He's had slow starts before this year, but not this slow. And compounded by Davies' excellent half, 33 passes of the 53 pass plays. The big play receivers, Josh Reed has lived up to his season billing, 7 grabs for 98 yards. Brandon Lloyd has only seen it once for 4 yards and also had a reverse of 14.
The LSU defense has done some great things to take away Lloyd. They've doubled him several times in the first half. And Josh Reed is just unstoppable. And we talked at the top about the statistics, 94 catches, over 1,700 yards, practically uncoverable when he lines up in the slot.
We see this so often in bowl games where one team comes out to the big start, but we often see comebacks. As we mentioned earlier today with Ohio State down big to South Carolina in past years as well. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly Illinois can get started offensively. How does LSU maintain it? What did Nick Saban say in the locker room, Jerry?
Mike, it's almost like you were in the locker room, because that's exactly what Nick Saban said. He said, guys, earlier today, he said South Carolina had 28 points, and they led Ohio State back in the football game in the second half, and they had to hold on to the field goal to win it 31-28 as time ran out. This football team we're playing tonight here, talking about Illinois, came from behind 4 of the last 5 games of the year. They are dangerous. We only played 28 of 30 minutes in the first half. We've got to play all 30 in the second half to come out a winner.
Ron Turner, as you saw with Jerry, kind of even-tempered. Age 47, he's gotten this program back to respectability. 0-11 4 seasons ago, his first season in Champaign. Got it to a bowl game a couple of years ago. But this year, 10-1. Outright Big Ten championship. Now can he get that offense that was so high-powered, scoring 32 a game going in the second half?
That's going to be uphill sledding for Illinois, because a 27-point lead dictates that you have to abandon the running game. Kittner's going to have to do some things in the pocket down the field. He's going to have to get Brandon Lloyd involved, and he's going to have to do it early here. A drive is almost a must out of the gate for Illinois to get some sort of momentum. And again, we saw the comeback from Ohio State today. Big Ten team. It can happen.
Illinois gets the ball first. Eugene Wilson does the smart thing and takes a knee, and it'll start from the 20. Kurt Kittner saw LSU set a record for 34 points in a half, most in any half in the history of the Sugar Bowl. This is the 68th Nokia Sugar Bowl, and the highest scoring quarter in Sugar Bowl history, 27, hung up by LSU in the second.
Kurt Kittner going to go under center here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Illinois jumps into some shotgun, and over the course of the second half, if they do come back, they may want to get into some clock offense, no huddle.
First throw is knocked down at the line by Howard Green. We've seen 3 balls knocked down from the 6'3" quarterback.
Defensive coordinator for LSU, Gary Gibbs, talked earlier this week about being so tough to get to Kurt Kittner in the pocket. Only 13 sacks given up by this offensive line over the course of the year, but Gibbs said we can get in his face, we can get our hands up against the 3-step drop, the quick passing game, and disrupt him in the pocket, and that's what's gone on so far.
A 2nd and 10 run, gets 7 for Rocky Harvey. Brady James made the tackle. James, number 11, and Trev Falk, 7, are the top 2 tacklers on this team, and both all SEC performers.
The problems they've had in the defensive secondary over the course of the year have not allowed Falk and James to blitz a lot. They don't have real gaudy numbers in terms of sacks and tackles behind the line of scrimmage, but boy, they make a lot of plays near the line of scrimmage.
3rd and a couple. And Kittner on the roll. That's going to be short of the first down with Brandon Lloyd. He cut that route off too soon. They're a half-yard short. Early decision for Turner.
We saw a decision come up like this in the first half against Michigan early this year. Turner went for it from his own 33-yard line, only trailing by 4 with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter, and this time he's going to elect to punt it away.
Mistake on the receiver there. You got to be out at that 30 at least. Fits to kick.
Yeah, he's got to keep his feet as well.
35-yard pick, fair caught by Dominic Davis at the 36-yard line. Rohan Davey will come in, start this second half. Davey didn't get to celebrate the SEC title in person as he went to an Atlanta area hospital to have those internal injuries that ended up being bruised ribs checked out. Dominic Davis runs it to the 41-yard line. Can you keep momentum by aggressive play calling?
Well, you can keep momentum. If you're talking LSU, you can keep momentum with the mix. And it has been aggressive play calling. You're right, Mike. They have not hesitated to get into the shotgun, throw on obvious running situations, and that's really what has kept Illinois off balance on defense.
You can be aggressive in your play calling and still be smart. Well, 27-point lead, some screens and high percentage passes.
And LSU still has to be aggressive because 27 points is not unsurmountable for this Illinois offense.
Josh Reed and Michael Clayton miscommunicate on the receiver end. Third down coming up. Josh Reed's a junior. A lot of speculation that he will go pro. 94 catches, 1,740 yards. Your stock may not be that high ever again.
Well, and, you know, another year might give him some more seasoning, but I agree. When you're the hot kid on the block, sometimes it's the right decision to go ahead with it.
Told me earlier this week he has not made the decision yet. 3rd and 6, incomplete. Eugene Wilson was crashing in on the intended receiver, Webster. And it's 3 and out for LSU's offense.
Aggressive play calling can be a double-edged sword. You have a 27-point lead, and if you throw incomplete passes, it keeps the clock stopped and leaves time for Kurt Kittner.
Donnie Jones, right around his season average tonight. That kick, 46 yards. Wilson muffed it and got it back at the 3. LeVar Johnson was putting the pressure on Wilson, who's shaken up. A penalty marker's down, back in the area of the kick. Well, there's a break for Illinois, though. They'll take that penalty and try to get better field position.
Would have been a bigger break had LSU recovered the fumble.
And Wilson able to hold on to it, so LSU going to have to re-kick it here.
That was a heck of an effort by Eugene Wilson to get back and make the recovery.
Holding on a kicking team. 10-yard penalty. Repeat 4th down.
So check out Wilson and Brandon Lloyd. The receiver will come back to receive the punt, which he has done just once this year. And he was gesturing over to the Illinois fans seated to his right. Remember, this ball would have been at the 3 if not for the holding penalty. So let's see how much yardage Illinois gets out of this one. Good hang time. Fair caught. Oh, not fair caught. I bet you could pardon, but it will be a 2-yard violation. Johnson, so good in covering the last kick, didn't give Lloyd 2 yards to catch the punt. So LSU's going to see Illinois get it at the 30-yard line.
And sometimes taking a 5-yard penalty on the halo infraction isn't a bad idea. It certainly eliminates the opportunity for a big play on the return for Illinois.
On the kicking team, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
Especially with a guy who's only caught 1 punt all year in Brandon Lloyd. So instead of having it at the 3, Illinois will have it at its own 30. 27-yard difference because of the 2 penalty flags.
You can slow down investing. You can stop investing entirely.
There was one man who had a funny hat.
But you can't stop curious toddlers from one day becoming college freshmen.
And there was a small man that someone put him in a bird cage.
Which is why your Morgan Stanley financial advisor will never let you lose sight of what you're investing for.
And
When you can check your email, work in your office and spreadsheet programs, surf the internet, and listen to music files on the way to the office, what are you going to do when you actually get to the office? A Nokia communicator. The ability to get to work before you get to work. Nokia. Connecting people.
Some see in 8-foot walls a not-so-subtle message to keep out. 4. Others see it as a minor obstacle to an invigorating day at the course. Here you go. Oh! Let's go! The perfect accompaniment to such an outing, Taco Bell. For a little green, you can indulge in great tasting, high-quality fare no matter who you are. Excuse me! Young man! Think I'll play through.
Hey! Score a crunchy taco and bean burrito together, just 98 cents. Now with better beef, beans, and tortillas. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
Chrysler 300M, the most powerful V6 sports sedan in its class. With its seductive styling and inspired engineering, it is truly a pleasure to drive. Even when that sort of thing is strictly forbidden.
Samuel, is that you?
Yes, it is I.
Sunday, Sydney brings in the new year with a bang.
You're amazing.
And a shocking discovery.
I knew it was time.
A new Alias. ABC Sunday, 9/8 Central.
The Nokia Sugar Bowl, part of the Bowl Championship Series on ABC. Congratulations to Mike Bellotti and Oregon. Very impressive over Colorado earlier today. Here it's Illinois in a big hole, and Kurt Kittner trying to work out of it. Deep ball for Young. He took it away from Hookfin, and Young is inside the 10. Took it right away from Demetrius Hookfin, who's 5'11". Half a foot made a 61-yard difference.
The Walter Young goes 6'5", 218 pounds. He's a converted quarterback. And Ron Turner said that he was one of the big differences on the offense this year. I mean, he just snatched that ball from Demetrius Hookfin. And that might have been the play that Illinois needed to get jump-started here in the second half. Just took it right away from Hookfin.
First and goal. Harvey. Pulled down at the 6 by an inspired Brady James.
Rocky Harvey, the ball carrier, tripped ball from the tackle. Gain of 2 to the 6. Reception, 61 yards.
Antonio Harris now checks in.
Watch for play action here.
There you go, David. Is anybody open? No. Kittner down? Yes. Former tight end Kyle Kipps with the sack.
Yeah, and evidently LSU was looking for play action. This fake in the backfield fooled nobody on the LSU defense. That's Lawrence coming free first, and then Kipps finishing Kittner off. And Kyle Kipps was a 2-year starter at tight end. Because of all the depth that the Tigers have at tight end, he was moved to defensive end and has become a big part of the defense late in the season.
His 4 career touchdown receptions. That'll back him up 5. Movement by Tony Pashos, the junior right tackle.
Ball start. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Illinois self-destructing a bit down here on the goal line. At second and goal inside the 10. Pashos, first team all Big Ten, right tackle, coming up out of his stance. And Kittner has to be careful. It's early in the third quarter. If you don't have something, take the 3 points. Still a lot of time.
This is third and goal. Routes run to the end zone. Kittner fires deep in the end zone. Touchdown, Brandon Lloyd. Major league pitch and catch.
The reception from Kittner
Lloyd, the touchdown reception. Christopherlakis on for the extra point. In the Big Ten, bowl games count for your season stats. So that touchdown pass, 25, the all-time single-season mark in Illinois history. 3 plays, 75 yards on the first touchdown drive. 4 plays, 70 yards on Lloyd, 6 on this one.
300 horsepower Chrysler Sebring convertible.
Do they bowl in Italy?
Do they bowl in Italy? It's the birthplace of bocce ball, but you're missing the point of the story. A mom-and-pop bowling ball bag manufacturer in Jersey. Jersey is swamped with worldwide demand after their product is featured in an Italian fashion magazine. Why are you laughing?
I was thinking of bocce shirts.
Let it go. So they ship via FedEx International Services. With time-definite express delivery to over 210 countries, the bags hit the markets. The classic macroeconomic love story. Supply meets demand.
I like a nice love story.
Do you like the conditioner and shampoo in one?
Well, yeah, you know, I do, but it does leave my hair a little oily and... Dang it!
What is wrong with you idiot? This is not a toy.
Easy, Bobby. He's sensitive.
What if he tore it up? I can't believe.
You've got some big ones, my friend. I didn't think you had it in you.
Scratch here. There's a dent over here.
The Nokia Sugar Bowl. This ABC Sports exclusive brought to you by Nokia. The ability to personalize your phone, your life, your world. Nokia, connecting people. Your Morgan Stanley financial advisor who will never let you lose sight of what you're investing for. Chrysler, drive equals love. And Taco Bell, think outside the bun.
One of the toughest tickets in Sugar Bowl history. That included the Illinois fans as well. Coming to see Brandon Lloyd and company try to become the first Illinois team to win 11 games in a season. The kickoff to Dominic Davis. 2 yards deep, going to bring it out. Little space here for Davis. And returned out to the 34-yard line. Send you back to the touchdown catch by Lloyd.
Now, this is a great play, an adjustment made by Brandon Lloyd. Watch him get to the center of the field. He's not going to come underneath, but he's going to give the hand signal and get more depth. This comes from playing a long time with Kurt Kittner working out during the summers. That hand signal indicated to Kittner that he was going to gain depth, and Kittner led him beautifully.
There you see they've been quick strike on offense. Lloyd's uncle, Jim Franks, is the commissioner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. Predominantly African-American schools down here in the South. He's been in this Superdome as a ball boy before. Tonight he's here as a player. Josh Reed goes over 100 receiving yards and picks up a first down at the 47-yard line. First down number 20 picked up by this LSU offense tonight. And our first and 10 line brought to you by Monster.com. Move the line, move the chains, as LSU looks to maintain a 20-point advantage. Again to the air. Reed again at the 32. Illinois' quarterbacks are very good, highly touted. But LSU, with its 3-receiver set field, they can throw on them, and they are.
When Davey makes this accurate a throw, and with this much arm strength off his back foot, not much a secondary can do about it. And the reason is Josh Reed. I mean, when he runs that dig route, that deep crossing route to the middle of the field, he gets such great separation. If the ball's on target, you can't stop it.
See those numbers? They look great. Those are still below his average for the season. That's how good he's been this year. Third throw of this drive. Davey wants more. Wants Reed. Touchdown!
Touchdown, LSU, Josh Reed.
Josh Reed beat one of the best cover corners, not only in the Big Ten, but the country on this post route. And once again, the ball's right on time.
and right on target. In the history of the Southeastern Conference, no receivers ever had a better season than Josh Reed did this year. He's putting an exclamation point on it in the Nokia Sugar Bowl tonight.
Ability to do or not do anything you want. Introducing the Nokia 3285 wireless phone. Nokia, connecting people.
You can slow down investing. You can stop investing entirely. But you can't stop daughters from falling in love.
Hi, Daddy.
Which is why your Morgan Stanley financial advisor will never let you lose sight of what you're investing for.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Phil.
Do you and Maggie ever think about, swapping?
Oh, yeah, totally. Your wife is into that? Definitely. And the kids.
Kids?
Yeah.
Okay, here are my keys. Let me get yours. Perfect. We're in!
Chrysler Town & Country. With a variety of models, available power sliding side door and liftgate. Some people just have to try them all.
Hey there.
A case that brings together father and son could tear two partners apart.
It's us who got the beef. Your kid don't belong in the middle.
New NYPD Blue, ABC next Tuesday.
Rohan Davey has already set a completions, attempts, and yardage passing record in LSU Bowl history. 314 yards and 3 touchdowns. And a stunned Illinois defense has given up 41 in the first 35 minutes. Eugene Wilson's return out to the 21. Josh Reed had them all on that drive.
This might be the finest display of route running I've seen at the college level in a long time. The underneath route, running away from man-to-man receivers. And look at the cushion that Eugene Wilson is playing with. Doesn't matter. He makes number 28 look like he's standing in quicksand. That's a double move down the field combined with an arm fake from Rohan Davey. And you can't get it done at receiver unless you have a trigger man. Rohan Davey having a huge night.
Kittner. Big hit, but good grab by Davis. Cary Davis gets right down the middle for a pickup of 23.
Ron Turner happy that he's getting his fullback involved. Cary Davis might be the best receiving fullback in the country. Great feel for the short game. This time he gets down the field, and watch the smack from Ryan Clark. Number 2. James was also on the scene. That's a wonderful play by a fullback to hold on to that football.
Kittner loaded. Up high, just go get it, Walter Young. Pitch and catch with Damian James covering, trying to cover. But again, there's that half-foot size differential on these corners.
Oh, we saw Joe Theismann trying to fit the ball into the Nokia phone about 15 yards away at halftime. Watch this throw. This has to be right on the money, and Kittner is trying to put the ball up just where Walter Young can go get it. Second highlight reel catch that Young has made in the second half.
First run of this drive is Harvey for a few yards. Wasn't it nice of Joe to come up to the booth so we can pat him on the back? Joe came up to visit after his performance in the Nokia $1 Million Halftime Challenge.
Watching him thread it in practice yesterday. I kind of had a feeling he'd have some success tonight. He did.
He'll see that one day and be embarrassed. Kittner with the arm pump comes back toward Young, and it's incomplete. Brady James was bringing the pressure.
Yeah, the pump fakes and the stop and goes and the out and ups have been such a big part of Illinois' offense this year. Look at the pump fake, but Demetrius Hookbin, the cornerback, stays glued on the outside to Lloyd. Kittner had to come down underneath. Tight coverage against Walter Young.
Kittner from Schaumburg, Illinois, was actually recruited by Nick Saban when the LSU head coach was in charge of Michigan State's football program. 3rd and 7, 5 in the pattern, man coverage, incomplete. Flag does come in as Moorhead was tackled by Travis Daniels.
Some people might scratch their head at this comment, but that was a good play by Daniels. He was beat.
Daniels, a true freshman who's seeing his very first snaps of the season here over the last 2 games.
That fade ball had 6 written all over it.
Pass interference, defense, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
Now looking back at the fade route, Walter Young sets him up with a double move at the line of scrimmage, gets behind Daniels, and Daniels makes a good play there. Only half the distance to the goal line. Remember, this is college, so Illinois will get the ball 1st and goal at the 10.
Daniels didn't play all season until the SEC title game. He was going to be redshirted, but Randall Gay got hurt. They needed a DB. The official stopping play here. Daniels had been in conversation with Nick Saban the week prior to the SEC title game, and Nick said, "We may need you." I said, "That's okay. You can burn my red shirt year. If I can help us win a championship, I will, because I've never won a championship at any level." Wouldn't you know, 4th quarter, 2 big pass plays broken up by the true freshman Travis Daniels as he saw his first action ever.
And I'm not sure, Mike, that's ever happened in college football, to go all the way through a regular season, have a kid not play, and his redshirt year gets used up after the regular season is finished.
Right. And even afterwards, he said, was it worth it? It was totally worth it just to be part of that SEC title team. It is not 1st and goal now. It is 1st and 10 after they remarked the ball. A completion of just 3 yards to Walter Young. They had miscalculated the mark off on the flag, so they brought it back to the 13. It will be 2nd down and 7 for the first down, 10 for a touchdown.
Halfway through the 3rd quarter now for Kittner, especially following the LSU touchdown. Field goal doesn't do much good this time. This is a must-have for a touchdown for Illinois' offense.
Here's Kittner. To Lloyd. To the end zone. Touchdown. Spectacular work by the other receiver, Young. Walter Young just gave Lloyd enough of a bump to get his 2nd touchdown of the quarter.
Kittner on the move, and we talk about Walter Young springing Lloyd at the goal line,
nice.
But it was the pass that made the play. Kittner was under heat in the pocket, and that was a nice pass to the outside, moving to his right.
Peter Christophilakis adds the extra point. As was predicted, high-scoring game in the Nokia Sugar Bowl. It's not over yet for Illinois. They're down 20.
Hold on. I lost my wallet. My credit card was in it.
You do have a Capital One no hassle card, don't you?
Well, don't worry. There's not another human for miles.
Worried about losing your credit card? With Capital One's no hassle card, you're not liable for a penny. Plus, get the nation's lowest long-term fixed rates and no telemarketing.
Now, I know you're engaged, but in our house, it's our rules. Good night.
Well, good night, sir.
Good night, Daddy.
Why settle for an ordinary beer when you can have the smooth, satisfying taste of Michelob Light?
Here.
Such a nice boy.
So what'll it be? Beer or Michelob Light?
Neat. You can dunk, but you can't dip.
Your dip is gone, baby.
What are you talking about?
No dip.
Introducing new Tostitos Scoops.
Let me tell you something, Bill. I put the hip in shit. Watch this.
With the bite-sized, bowl-shaped design for the perfect dip every time. New Tostitos Scoops. Whoa. The dip lover's chip.
This is my house.
Yes, it is.
No, this is my house. You guys got to go.
Also great with new Queso Supreme dip.
The Wolf has been linked to more than a dozen bombings in the last decade.
Talk to him.
You cannot take the law into your own hands.
Thanks for your advice.
From the jungles of Colombia
What do you think of this place?
to the streets of Washington, no one can stop a killer except the man who knows his face. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Collateral Damage. Rated R. Starts February 8th at a theater near you. Now, try to control your heartbeat. The Chair, coming to ABC.
Brandon Lloyd came into this game not as if he needed inspiration, second-team All-Big Ten performer, but he said he watched tapes not just of LSU's defense, but of their offense, and specifically Josh Reed. He said, I want to know what it takes to be the Biletnikoff Award winner, best receiver in the country. Well, Lloyd's having quite a half here after being held in check in the first half, 2 touchdowns, now 10 for the season. That ties the single-season school record. Reed has set plenty of LSU records this season and already tonight. If Illinois' defense can make a stop at any point here, this might get a little more interesting. Dominic Davis. A flag will come down, and this LSU drive will start from inside the Tiger 50.
Illegal block in the back. On the receiving team. 10-yard penalty. First down.
And Mike, you talk about the second half that Brandon Lloyd's having. Kittner got off to a 1-for-13 start. He's hit 11 of his last 13 balls. Wow.
221 yards and 3 touchdowns. Well, Mike Cassidy, the defensive coordinator, has brought pressure and turnovers to this Illinois defense. They had 26 turnovers this season and 39 sacks. Mike's defense has been lit up for 41 points and 415 yards. But if they can make a big play, it can change the tenor of the rest of this game. Dominic Davis runs out of Jerry Schumacher's tackle. Joe Beavis brought him down at the 13. Let's check out the stars for Louisiana State's offense tonight. This season it's been Reed with the record 1,740 yards, Davey with the record passing season, and LeBrandon Tofield tied an SEC record with 19 rushing touchdowns. He's out because of the knee injury, and Dominic Davis has certainly filled his place tonight.
Tofield stays healthy, probably breaks that record, and he also goes over the 1,000-yard mark.
5 receivers in the pattern, and Davis underneath is shoved forward and past the first down line by Eugene Wilson.
Illinois' defense is going to have to stand up and be counted. Doesn't matter how many points you put on the board. If you're Kurt Kittner in the offense, Illinois' defense has to make a stop. And there's plenty of time, over 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. This is only a 20-point game. It's a 3-score game. Clock stops in college football on first downs. A world of time left, but Illinois' defense has to step up.
They're going to bring the chains across and measure this one. Looked like he had it. Across the 1st and 10 line. He did. Tomorrow, our Bowl Fest continues. Rex Grossman will not start for Florida against the ACC champions, Maryland. It's the FedEx Orange Bowl. Coverage begins live at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC. Home of the Bowl Championship Series. 2 of the BCS games tonight, the FedEx Orange Bowl tomorrow, and the Rose Bowl presented by AT&T. The BCS title game on Thursday night. Keith Jackson, Tim Grant, Lynn Swan, Todd Harris. Dominic Davis has run across the 20 to the 21-yard line. You think about conferences in the postseason, kind of measure how the best from each league do against each other. One thing that's apparent, Big Ten better buckle up its defensive straps here, okay? We saw Purdue let Washington State score 33. Michigan State let Fresno score 35. Today, South Carolina 31 on Ohio State. Michigan let Tennessee score 45. And LSU's here at 41. What happened to the old Big Ten defenses?
Out of character. And Illinois is not getting to Davie. And unless they start getting to Davie, not much help for the cornerbacks in the secondary.
Blitz came. Reed in man coverage gets open. And after the catch continues to prove he is so worthy of that Biletnikoff award.
Mike, we've mentioned the mix of run and pass for LSU offensively, but they've also mixed the passing game well with throws underneath, the quick passing game. And you see right there the protection in the pocket, the quick ball outside, and a quick out to Josh Reed. And then Rohan Davey sits in the shotgun, gets protection. They identify the blitzers. He gets some extra time and takes his shots down the field.
How about the job Ben Wilkerson, the center, did on the blitzer Muhammad Abdullah, the free safety?
True freshman. Can't believe he's playing in the SEC championship game at that position.
Schumacher blitz. Flag comes in for pass interference on the linebacker, Joe Beavers. And coverage on the tailback. And that'll cost him 15.
Passing offense sometimes is all about mismatches. Dominic Davis at the top of the screen is going to sneak out up the left sideline. Schumacher held up on that blitz. He didn't come full speed because he was worried about Davey slipping him in the pocket. And that gave Davey enough time to get the ball up the sideline. Mismatch Beavis all over Dominic Davis. Obvious pass interference call.
One of the rare times Davey's been brought down. Schumacher got him earlier in the game. Illinois had no sacks on LSU tonight. And they average about 3.5 sacks per game. Jarrell Myers to the 39. Close to a first down, and here's Dr. Terry Punch.
Michael, you mentioned the junior linebacker, Jerry Schumacher, who led Illinois with as their leading tackler with 115 on the season, also led the team with 6 sacks. Now, in the pre-bowl conditioning, he hyperextended his right knee and actually missed 2.5 to 3 weeks of practice. Didn't get back to practice until about a week before they came down here to New Orleans. So I've got to believe he is not nearly 100%, and he is the go-to guy when it comes to getting pressure on the quarterback.
Schumacher is not your typical middle linebacker in the Big Ten. He's not a plugger. He's the type of guy that can run and make tackles. He's a sideline-to-sideline middle linebacker.
Kind of fits this defense, pressure-style defense. You need a player like that. Here
absolutely.
Over to the 36-yard line. Pick up a 4. Talk about Big Ten linebackers. The guy right there on the left-hand side of the screen is Chris Spielman, one of the great Big Ten prototypical linebackers, with Charlie Steiner broadcasting the game on ESPN Radio.
Played about the same time I played, and I am glad I never had to line up against that guy.
Spiel's a great guy.
I'd still be feeling it.
Former Detroit Lion, Buffalo Bill as well. We're really enjoying broadcasting now. Davey and Reed, that time misconnect because the coverage was good. It'll be third down coming up with 3:41 left, third quarter.
Nick Saban has himself a first-rate leader in Rohan Davey. And Davey set the foundation with the comeback win a year ago in the Peach Bowl, down 14-3 against Georgia Tech, a great Georgia Tech team, coached by Ralph Friedgen, who moved on to Maryland. Rohan Davey in this offense in that Peach Bowl posted 25 unanswered points in the second half. That was a foundation for this season.
That was a game where Friedgen, as you said, had moved on and was not the offensive coordinator. We'll see him against Florida tomorrow in the FedEx Orange Bowl. Be interesting to see if that Maryland team, which had a similar season to Illinois, surprising in their conference, how they respond to the speed of the team from the SEC in Florida.
Undoubtedly the surprise story in college football this year.
3rd and 7. They get it with Myers. First down on the nickelback, Michael Hall. That third Illinois receiver, whoever it's been tonight, has really done some damage.
Oh, this was great coverage by Michael Hall. You can't watch a wide receiver tighter than this on an underneath route. And Jarrell Myers came into the game with 134 career receptions. With this kind of route and this type of throw, I mean, Hall was all over him. Just better play between quarterback and wide receiver.
Myers' fourth catch. Davey approaching 350 yards. Night all day. Davis. Touchdown. His fourth of the night. But a marker's down. And this one's coming back for a hold.
Offense, 10-yard penalty, deep first down.
Mike, this play is coming back, but you won't see a better play by a running back out of the backfield. Dominic Davis gets knocked off his track, knocked off his course by Ty Myers, and still comes inside to make this play.
55, Ben Wilkerson, the true freshman center, was the guilty party. Of course, we said something nice about him earlier this drive.
As a true freshman, you're due a couple of those from time to time.
Devery Henderson now in at tailback. Get out to the 36-yard line. He averaged nearly 6 yards a carry, 47 times he ran it this year. His problem, a couple of key fumbles, including one in the Ole Miss game. But he also has a world of talent. Nick Saban has done a great recruiting job in the last couple of years. I never believe these recruiting deals because, if Notre Dame always has the best recruiting class, how come they didn't win all the time, or the top 5 recruiting class? But the experts say LSU's class this past year was the best in the nation. And if you can control Louisiana, you're going to have a darn good football team, and Nick's getting close to that. Davey, Michael Clayton, one of those true freshmen, couldn't hang on. Those of you who might just be joining us on this New Year's night, check out our Tostitos game summary. How we've got 62 points on the board. A lot of passing offense from LSU. 27 points in the second quarter, a Sugar Bowl record. 34 points in the half as well, a record. Illinois has come back with a mostly pass-based offense here in the third. But their defense needs to make a big play on something like 3rd and 18. They dropped 8 in coverage this time. And Reed cannot get to it. Decision here, it's a 53-yard field goal attempt on the back end of the kicker's range. Nick's thinking.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's talking over some kind of fake. And here's the secondary dropping deep as Rohan Davey gets depth in the pocket. The secondary reacts. Reed not quite quick enough getting over the top of Wilson to make a play on that ball. And this is a great spot for a fake. LSU has turned the cameras off a couple times in practice this week, and they have gone with a fake punt.
Illinois kept its base defense on. Donnie Jones will try to hit him inside the 20. And will. Good job. It will be down to the 13. Only a 23-yard punt, but effective. Well, the NFL season wraps up. We have the Monday nighter this week on Sunday night over on ESPN. Warren Sapp and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will try to stop Donovan McNabb and the Eagles. Sunday Night Football, 8:30 Eastern on ESPN. Those two teams likely to meet again the next week in the playoffs. I think key drive of the game here. Kittner with 5 in the pattern, overshoots Antonio Harris.
31, Antonio Harris.
The Illinois offensive line is starting to hold up better under this LSU rush. David Deal, the right guard who stepped in for Bucky Babcock. Babcock broke a wrist in a car wreck after the finale against Northwestern. Deal, a nice job inside creating the pocket for Kittner.
Deal played about 40% of the snaps this year. He comes in the starting role and is going the distance tonight. The quick feet of Rocky Harvey can't get going past the 18-yard line.
That's some stubborn play calling there by Ron Turner, going with the run on second down. Puts a lot of pressure on your offense. Looking at a 3rd and 6, and as you mentioned, Mike, this is the most important drive of the game for Illinois. The third quarter ticks down.
Ron Turner, assistant under Dennis Green at Stanford. Just like Tyrone Willingham, who took the Notre Dame job. Had his press conference today. Would have been nice if today was reserved for the teams that earned their space on New Year's Day. Kittner sacked down at the 4. Ryan Clark brought the blitz.
Kittner sacked by number 2.
LSU has not been a blitzing team this year. Secondary has not been able to hold up, but Ryan Clark coming on the safety blitz, and Kittner is not able to slip him to the outside. Kittner was waiting for Lloyd down the field to come open. Big sack for the free safety.
Good rush, almost blocked by LeVar Johnson, who's had a great special teams night. Fair caught by Dominic Davis at the 43. 38 yards on the kick. Almost a block by Johnson.
That doesn't come much closer than this. Johnson getting that right arm up.
Talk about Ron Turner, Nick Saban. Also a coach who's had NFL experience in his background. Both of these men recently coordinators in the National Football League. Nick had a great defense in Cleveland. Ron turned around the Chicago Bear offense before moving to Champaign. Their names come up often when NFL jobs or other college jobs come up. And Nick Saban was pretty adamant about how he really wants to stay at LSU. Although born in West Virginia and a lot of his football days in Ohio and the Northeast, he really likes the South. People wondered how good a fit he'd be. He said he and his wife have made great friends, really feel comfortable. Feels more like West Virginia, where they're from, than it did up north at Michigan State.
Form is holding true tonight. Nick Saban is 5-0 against Illinois as the third quarter comes to a close.
And he's looking for a second bowl win in 2 years at LSU. Off we go to the fourth quarter. LSU 41, Illinois 21. And ABC Sports coverage of the Nokia Sugar Bowl will continue after this message and a word from your ABC station.
digital DJ. With the Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
Number 1 Miami faces number 2 Nebraska for the national championship. The Rose Bowl presented by AT&T. Thursday night at 8, 5 Pacific on ABC.
Hey, bro. You need a hand with that thing? Yeah. Just bring it on. Ah, there you go.
The Dodge Dakota offers best-in-class cargo and payload.
Woo! What is that? You can put your arms down, you know. That'll be good.
Some see in 8-foot walls a not-so-subtle message to keep out. 4. Others see it as a minor obstacle to an invigorating day at the course. There you go. Oh! Let's go! The perfect accompaniment to such an outing, Taco Bell. For a little green, you can indulge in great tasting, high-quality fare no matter who you are.
Excuse me, young man.
Think I'll play through.
Hey!
Score a crunchy taco and bean burrito together, just 98 cents. Now with better beef, beans, and tortillas. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
I'll have the latest on the possible winter weather coming up tonight after the game.
This is the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
Nick Saban looking for his third head-to-head win over Ron Turner. Two guys who got to know each other not just in their Big Ten days, but when they were coordinators in the NFL. Their teams scrimmaged against each other during the summer. Davies' toss to start the fourth quarter is incomplete for Michael Clayton. Up in Wisconsin at Platteville, the Bears and the Cleveland Browns scrimmaged together and a chance to set up practices together just to give you a look as opposed to your own defense or offense. And they said over a few adult beverages and cigars, they got to plan out practices, talk strategy. This was back in the 93 and 94 season. And they went head-to-head, 97 and 98 in the Big Ten.
Nothing wrong with a couple of beers and cigars of the schedules these guys lead. Head coaching the 18, 20-hour days.
3rd and 9. Illinois rushing 4 up front. Reed could not hang on. And Illinois will get the LSU offense off the field without points scored again.
Jimbo Fisher has called a great game. 41 points through 3 quarters for his offense, LSU. And Mike, he has stayed aggressive with his play calling to the point where, going with back-to-back passes there keeps the clock stopped, and still only a 20-point game. Plenty of time for Kirk Kittner.
Donnie Jones to kick it again. A lot of punts in this game for 62 points. Flags will come down.
False start. Kicking team. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 4th down.
This is the first time these two universities have met in football. First game in the state of Louisiana for Illinois. You see LSU heavily penalized here tonight. Illinois, 80 yards to go, down 20. Early stages, 4th quarter of the Nokia Sugar Bowl here on ABC.
One of the coolest things about Rocky was how he did his training. Untraditional methods. We'd be pounding on pot roast, drinking raw egg smoothies, chasing a chicken, all that crazy stuff to make himself tougher. And be fit for sequels. Ford F-150, built to last and come in first. Built Ford tough.
December 7th, 1941.
The event that changed history is now changing the way you watch movies. Pearl Harbor. Only on DVD can you experience the sights, the sounds, and the emotions of the day that defined a nation.
The American people will win absolute victory.
If you buy one DVD this year, own the movie critics hail as a DVD you must own. Pearl Harbor. Own it today on DVD.
Because your toes miss the ocean. Because fall in New England only happens in New England. Because the best fishing is always the furthest away. Because your inner cowboy needs to yodel. Because babies are only babies for so long.
For me.
So, you think it's right shooting unarmed people?
Well, I don't know if it's right, but it makes a lot more sense than shooting the armed ones. Those guys are dangerous.
The Job is back Wednesday, January 16th on ABC.
We've already seen Joey Harrington of Oregon close out his career, final game at Oregon with a win in one of the Bowl Championship Series games. It'll happen no matter who wins here tonight. The senior Kittner trying to rally the Illini. Long ball for Lloyd. Nearly, oh, it was intercepted. Spectacular play. Randall Gay took it away. Somebody's shoe came down in the process, but the ball stayed with LSU.
Well, Kittner's taking a shot down the field to Brandon Lloyd. The coverage provided by a strong safety, Norman Lejeune. Lejeune beaten, but then recovers and gets a hand on it, deflects it to Gay, and Gay continues to have a great night. Lejeune was beaten early. Ball was a little bit underthrown. He got that inside position, made a nice play on the ball, and Davey has the ball back.
See if LSU goes to more of a run-based offense here. A 3-yard run for Dominic Davis. Josh Reed had scooted off the field momentarily. He had to go to the restroom. So that's why Josh is not on the field right now. So I wasn't expecting a one-play turnover drive.
It happens to the best of them.
Josh is back. Second and 7. They keep throwing. Terrell Myers couldn't come up with that one. Third down coming up.
LSU continues to throw the football.
I hear the laughter in your voice.
20-point lead. 13 minutes, a little more, 13 and change to go in the ball game, and I think you got to start working on the clock a little bit here. Now, you don't want to become totally conservative, but a lot of incomplete passes. You made the point, Mike, that we've seen a lot of punts with all the points have been scored, 62 points, and a lot of that has to do with all the passing we've seen. I can understand all the passing from Illinois, but LSU has to start being cognizant of the clock.
3rd and 7. Davey pressured and goes down. Big sack back at the 18. Ty Myers started it. Mike O'Brien came in for some cleanup. That's going to flip the field a little bit.
Well, Illinois is not only going to save some clock for Ron Turner, but they're going to get some field position. And if the Fighting Illini can score with 8-9 minutes still left on the clock, they'll be in this game. Here comes the pressure. Ty Myers. We mentioned the blitz can come from any level, linebacker or secondary, with this Mike Cassidy defense. And they get to Rohan Davey.
2 men back for the punt. Be careful of a reverse here. Lloyd scooped it and is down at the 46. Good field position for the Illini. Almost a must-score drive coming up.
Troy, I know you got out for a reason. You're worried about getting hurt. But it's a year later. I really think it's time. If you don't get back in, you're going to regret it. Remember what I told you. Think mutual funds. Stay diversified.
Any tax implications?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
Is there a healthcare fund that looks attractive?
At Schwab, our mutual fund advice is always objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. Call 1-800-4-NO-LOAD to find out which fund is right for you.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
The Nokia Sugar Bowl. This ABC Sports exclusive brought to you by Nokia. The ability to personalize your phone, your life, your world. Nokia, connecting people. Charles Schwab, expert advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. Ford, America's #1 choice for 15 straight years. And FedEx, ground, international, online, or express. There's a FedEx for that.
A big run for Harvey. Gets Illinois a first down out to the 40-yard line of LSU. So a first down run surprises the Tigers a little bit. Inside of 13 minutes now, fourth quarter. And Nick Saban, once criticized for being conservative, anything but conservative the last few weeks. The Auburn game, the onside kick to start the last regular season game. Offense hasn't been conservative in the second half, and maybe it's giving Illinois time for a comeback. Kittner just got rid of that. Incomplete. Trev Falk was bringing the pressure. Kurt Kittner is heated up here in the second half. Time to check our Nokia best connection of the game. And Kittner's throwing in the second half for Lloyd. A couple of times for touchdown. After starting 1 of 13, had a hot spell of 11 of his next 12. Missed the last few. 2nd and 10. Man coverage for Lloyd. Went up to make a play and almost intercepted again by Randall Gay, who's having a very good night.
Now, Randall Gay is the #3 cornerback for LSU. James and Hook Finn have been the starters during the 5-game win streak, but Gay has played superb on the outside. Reads the eyes of Brandon Lloyd, looks back for the football, and almost comes down with an interception. Look at him fight for the football with that left hand.
This Illinois offense is very comfortable taking shots down the field. They've done it tonight. LSU's corners have hung in there. 3rd and 10. They're in 4-down territory. Lloyd, first down and more. 23 yards to the 17. The Illini in the red zone.
Well, Randall Gay with some pretty good coverage once again on the quick slant. Not much room for error on this throw. Crisp, quick slant on the outside by Lloyd. Perfectly placed ball and a nice catch with the hands. A lot of times, Mike, on that quick slant, receivers like to catch the ball with the body in the front pocket. That time Lloyd had to go up with the hands. That was a nice catch.
LSU shows blitz. They bring a few. This one for Harvey. Incomplete.
Harvey's upset with himself. Now Harvey got matched up with the linebacker Brady James, circling out of the backfield, and Kittner did a nice job of putting some air under this ball.
And Harvey should have had that. I mean, that's not an easy catch for a tailback, but Harvey's a great receiver out of the backfield, and that's why he got up and slapped the turf. He wanted another, but hey, I'd love another shot at that one because I felt I could have dropped that one in.
3 receivers here. The shoulder pump the other way. That's a touchdown. And they're back in it. Walter Young. It was 41-14. Kittner has thrown 4 touchdown passes on the night. Peter Christophilakis adds the extra point. Young, 138 yards. He catches a touchdown. And the alma mater of Hugh Hefner and Roger Ebert are still in this picture show. It's a 13-point LSU lead with 11:33 to go.
Here we go.
You gotta love Johnny Cash. The man in black's the kind of guy that doesn't need sparkly outfits, synchronized dance moves. Johnny just bleeds every note till he brings the house down. I'm just saying, don't send a boy band to do a man's job. Ford F-Series Super Duty. Built to toe the line. Built Ford tough.
That's the way to get it done.
Double up with Taco Bell's Crunchy Taco and Bean Burrito for 98 cents. Now with tastier beef, heartier beans, and softer tortillas. And together at just 98 cents, your taste buds will be twice as happy. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
A Beautiful Mind, nominated for 6 Golden Globes, including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. 4 stars, a triumph for director Ron Howard. A Beautiful Mind, rated PG-13, opens Friday everywhere.
I've trained for this all year. And when it's down to the wire and everyone's tired, I'll still be going strong. I have some strange training methods, but they work for me. I have to keep my edge any way I can. Serious training, baby.
It's the best time to get 0% financing on treadmills because now they're all on sale at America's #1 fitness store. Sears, proud sponsor of the BCS and the Sears National Champion Football Trophy.
For his first attempt, a 360 tomahawk. Introducing new Tostitos scoops. Amazing. And now the alley-oop reverse. With the bite-sized bowl-shaped design. Oh, my. And what everyone's been waiting for, the two-handed thunder. For the perfect dip every time. Oh, the judges have to be impressed. New Tostitos scoops. The dip lover's chip. Also great with new Queso Supreme dip.
How many unarmed men have you shot?
Let me think. This week, 6. No, 7. I got one on the way into work this morning.
The Job is back Wednesday, January 16th on ABC.
69 points, 782 yards. And more to come, if I had to guess. Kurt Kittner, 4 touchdown passes. 3 of them coming here in the second half. 262 yards, and Rohan Davey, who has 350 yards, has put it in the air 48 times tonight. The number is 13. And this is Dominic Davis on the return. Tackled at the 35 by Carlos Lattimore. Here's the touchdown.
Now, Kurt Kittner's a 4-year starter. He sees the field so well. He recognizes man-to-man on the left side. Young against Hookfin. Set it up with a beautiful arm fake to the right side, and watch Young double tap that left foot to clearly get it in bounds. Lloyd's had a great second half, number 6. But Walter Young has matched him. 3 great catches here in the second half of this football game.
And the catch gives Kittner an Illinois Bowl record, 4 TD passes in the game. Big try for the Tigers. Nope. That's Brett Potter coming in, being heard from. A loss of about 5. And here's Jerry Punch.
Hey guys, Ron Turner's favorite word is focus, and that's why he has a picture of Tiger Woods on the locker room door back in Champaign. Now Tiger is down like he's crouching over a putt and has his hands cupped around his face as if he's looking through a tunnel. And what Ron Turner says, see what Tiger does? He has tunnel vision, total focus. He's focusing on the next putt. That's what we have to do, focus on the next play. That's what Illinois is doing, falling back into this one.
Tiger's agent, Mark Steinberg, was a walk-on on the Illinois Final Four basketball team in '89. Second down, they throw. It's Reed. It'll be 3rd and 8 coming up. Eugene Wilson on the tackle.
LSU has had a wonderful offensive game plan, and they posted 41 points in a hurry against this Illinois defense. But Mike, they've rolled the dice some with their play calling late in the 3rd quarter, early in the 4th quarter. You don't want to go conservative, but certainly you want to work the clock some. And Jimbo Fisher now on this drive trying to mix in some sure passes and some runs to work on that clock.
Those are the Illinois fans you hear. 15,000 strong, but strong in voice here. Davey, good coverage downfield. Now a man slips, and Reed gets it for the 1st down. Christian Morton lost his footing, and Reed's 13th catch takes him over 200 yards.
Another big play from Josh Reed. Another great deep ball from Rohan Davey. But the offensive line gave Davey the time. You can't make double moves and have the deep routes down the field and hit them unless you get the time in the pocket. That time Davey had time to count the house. What a big play for LSU.
Josh Reed is approaching his Alabama game numbers. 227 yards here tonight. Davis crawls forward to the 16. In the game against Alabama, Josh Reed had the best receiving game in the history of the Southeastern Conference. And this is a league that's been around for a long time with some great players. 19 catches, 293 yards. Tonight he's 13 for 227, a Sugar Bowl record.
If Rohan Davey keeps this up, he's going to blow the top off the 508 yards that he posted against Alabama in that game.
Rohan is a shade under 400 right now. A little shovel pass with Reed. He's at the 10 and the 5 and takes it to the 3.
Back-to-back demoralizing plays for Ron Turner and his Illinois team. The shovel pass, the lower body strength. Look at that cut. That was a beautiful cut up inside against Christian Morton. You're going to break a cornerback's ankle if you make moves like that. And Josh Reed finishes off the run with power.
Davey now a Sugar Bowl record, 410 passing yards tonight. Davis looking for 4 scores and 7 more. Touchdown. Reed brought him down there, and Dominic closed the deal for the 4th time tonight. The chart tells you to go for 2, and that's what LSU will do here.
That's the right call. If you're in the 3rd quarter, you maybe take the point. 4th quarter, 8:39 to go. This is a right decision.
They'll beat the play clock, looking for points 48 and 49. Intercepted by Bobby Jackson. Just counts as failure on the 2-point conversion. Josh Reed and Rohan Davey. Davey 410 passing yards. Reed, 239 receiving yards. Dominic Davis, 4 rushing touchdowns. It's a Tiger night.
These are the beasts of burden, the pack mules. They trudge diligently at their master's command. This creature will live a hard life, shouldering great burdens every day, instead of roaming free like his cousin, the wild stallion.
A Nokia communicator. The ability to do just about everything without having to carry just about everything. Nokia, connecting people.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
When my son comes to visit, I like to prepare nice things for him. Hi, baby. Peach pie, my special meatloaf, and a nice bunch of mid-caps, small caps, and laddered munis, taking into account current opportunities in the Asian market.
No utilities?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
The rate of return.
At a Schwab planning workshop, we give advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission.
If you're concerned about estate taxes.
To sign up for a workshop, call 1-800-9-SCHWAB.
Here's to the go-to guys for doing all the work while someone else gets all the glory. Enter the Ford Make the Tough Call and Win sweepstakes at bcsfootball.com or call 1-800-468-FORD. Watch the FedEx Orange Bowl tomorrow night on ABC. Spot the tough play of the game and you can get the glory of owning a Ford truck. Thanks, big guy.
LSU is threatening Florida's record from the '97 Sugar Bowl. Remember the 52-20 demolition of then top-ranked Florida State. That 52 from the Mighty Gators is the all-time record for points scored in the Sugar Bowl. LSU's already set 17 bowl records tonight. They fake the reverse, and Lloyd brings it out to the 26-yard line. Now it's time for the Ford tough play of the game. Talk about tough. Josh Reed, yards after the catch, and this does count as a pass reception. And that's a definitive Josh Reed type of catch.
He doesn't even resemble a wide receiver with that build.
Well, he wasn't. He was a running back. And Josh Booty, actually, the former LSU quarterback, suggested, hey, how about him at wide receiver? The pass is high and incomplete.
Well, Josh Reed didn't convert from running back to wide receiver until the 7th game of his freshman season.
Jerry DiNardo was the head coach then, the end of his tenure, and Booty, the quarterback, suggested to it, his head coach, why don't we move Josh? And what's happened is Reed has come up with back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. This, the best season by a receiver in SEC history, and is being capped with a outstanding 14-catch, 239-yard Sugar Bowl. On second down, Kurt Kittner flushed and sacked. The pressure came from Muskegon Barnes, 91, on the hit. End of the month, Sunday, January 27th, Stephen King, the modern master of suspense, brings the terror home. Rose Red, a world premiere event, Sunday, January 27th, only on ABC.
I'm not going to watch that one alone. That was a little grim.
You're going to pay somebody to watch it with you?
Might have to.
3rd and 15 for Kittner and the Illini. Pressure. Just got rid of it. Kendrick Allen bringing the heat. Kittner took the worst of that one.
A valiant effort by Kurt Kittner throughout this football game. Had the hand injury in the first half. Ryan Clark seemingly coming on every down. That time he backed out on the free safety blitz. And pressure right up the gut. Brady James along with Kendrick Allen arriving in the pocket. LSU has been able to get pressure on Kittner consistently, and it has helped the secondary make plays all night.
This is the 17th punt tonight. Not a likely combination in a game where we've seen 75 points. They're caught by Dominic Davis at the 34. Do you blame him? He's got 4 rushing touchdowns. He's exhausted. You want him to return punts? Talk about the big numbers. Let's sort them out on the FedEx ground and air stats. The ground has not been the chosen method of delivery this evening. The air has 672 passing yards on 85 attempts.
We got to get our statistician an abacus.
No. We have Marty Aronoff, the best in the business. We have no need for an abacus. Got Marty, who's been around longer than the abacus. We'll go to the ground with Davis. Part of this record-setting performance. He takes it out near the 40. Brett Cotter in on the tackle. The future's so bright for this LSU team. When Nick Saban came here, he took over a team that was 3-8 and had lost 13 of its 15 Southeastern Conference games. Quite a turnaround. And it comes from Nick's personality trait of relentless attention to detail. There is no small hair in this program that Nick Saban doesn't know about. Jerry Punch.
Guys, earlier in the year we talked to Miami head coach Larry Coker, who went to a coaching clinic last year and worked with Lou Holtz. He said while they were at the clinic, he heard Lou Holtz tell one of the coaches that you don't get beaten by someone playing catch, but you do get beaten by someone running the ball after they catch it. I wonder if Lou had Josh Reed in mind. Certainly that's what he's made a living at here at LSU.
Well, Lou and USC, the Gamecocks, did not see LSU on the schedule this year, and probably glad they did.
94 receptions for Reed coming into the game. 75 of those were for first downs. Unbelievable.
Michael Clayton. That ball is free, belongs to the Illini. And a return for Bobby Jackson. Still going. And brought down right back at the original line of scrimmage, the 40-yard line. That's the first LSU turnover of the night.
LSU continuing to have success in the air. Michael Clayton, a lot of success on the crossing routes in this football game. And the hit comes late. Helmet right on the ball. Terrell Washington, number 85. And then Bobby Jackson scoops it. And looked for a moment there like he was headed for the end zone.
That's a great play by Terrell Washington. And he's a defensive lineman coming all the way back, what, 15, 18 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Great hustle. And he laid the wood to the true freshman. Bobby Jackson, the ball hawk.
Steven Peterman was shaken up on the tackle of the return, and he walks off. Well, this Illinois defense comes up with its first turnover of the night. Likely too late.
Stranger things have happened. If Illinois can strike quick, there's always a thing called an onside kick.
Lloyd might throw. Kittner down the seam is covered very well by LSU. Now the throw to Walter Young. Touchdown! Oh, good stuff. You want to go for 2 here, get it to an 11-point game, so a touchdown, 2-point conversion and field goal would tie it.
Ron Turner all over that. Let's take another look. I mean, Lloyd buying time in the pocket, stayed alive. Look at Young, the hand signal. Now he's going to turn it up. And Clark having trouble staying with him. Young has used his size tremendously here in the second half.
Young is the converted quarterback. Now they go for 2. An important play here. Down 13. Hittner. Nobody home. Good coverage by Randall Gay.
That was a misfire.
Just another touchdown pass. That's 81 points tonight. And we might not be done in New Orleans.
Schultz never knew there were tunnels.
He didn't want to know, but you're missing the point of the story. A young entrepreneur engrossed in a Hogan's Heroes marathon neglects to ship an important package.
Did he know about the radio and the coffee pot?
He knew nothing. Now focus. Like a swallow returning to Capistrano, he instinctively heads to FedEx. They give his small business package the big business treatment, and another hobgoblin of success falls victim to FedEx efficiency.
What is a hobgoblin?
A gnome. A mean, angry gnome.
His ideas, time travel, were ahead of their time. Wow. His theories tested the limits of imagination.
Where do you come from?
I'm from the past. But his greatest invention took him 800,000 years from home. On March 8th, experience the greatest journey through all time. The Time Machine, rated PG-13, starts Friday, March 8th.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
Wednesday, January 9th, it's the 29th Annual American Music Awards.
Why?
Featuring Garth Brooks, Cher, Brooks and Dunn, Keith, Lenny Kravitz, Kid Rock, Shaggy, Britney Spears, and more. Hosted by Sean P. Diddy Combs and Jenny McCarthy. Wednesday, January 9th on ABC.
You're watching ABC's coverage of the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
This is just the start of it. Davey, 410 yards. Dominic Davis, 24 points. LSU scored 34 in the first half. Illinois 27 here in the second half. Now lining up perhaps for an onside kick. 5:41 to go. They're down 2 scores and have all their timeouts left. LSU doesn't have the full hands team on the field. Expecting the long kickoff, and that's what they get here. Devery Henderson will choose to bring it out. Flag is down, and this one's going to come back. Good field position from an Illinois defensive perspective after this flag.
Devery Henderson on the return to the Tigers. Follows lateral.
The Eagle pushing it back. On the receiving team. 10-yard penalty. First down.
This was the turnover by Michael Clayton, the true freshman.
Big hit.
The hustle play by Washington there is huge.
Big hit from behind by Washington. And Bobby Jackson heads up play to scoop the fumble. Like he had a shot to take it down the right sideline. And then who would have thought Brandon Lloyd scrambling in the backfield after the reverse handoff. Walter Young helps him out with the hand signal, and a great play in the back of the end zone.
Those defensive plays, the hustle and the turnover, made by 2 seniors. Their final moments in Illini orange and blue. They don't want to go out with a loss. First down run takes it out to the 14-yard line for Devery Henderson. Jerry Schumacher made the play. Well, we talked about the high-profile receivers coming in tonight. Josh Reed has lived up to his numbers. Brandon Lloyd's been held in check, but the attention has allowed Young to have a big night. 5 catches and 139 yards for Walter.
Now that's what Young has done for the offense, and when defenses have leaned on Lloyd, he's picked up the slack. Kittner not afraid to distribute the ball at the quarterback position.
Out of the gun, they will hand it off with Henderson on 2nd and 4 and lose a couple. Well, Brett Cotter, who's made 3 big plays in this second half, has set up a huge 3rd down. A reminder, Charles Schwab will make contributions to the scholarship funds of each university represented in the Bowl Championship Series.
Mike, Ron Turner's thinking right here, if he can get a stop, don't use the timeouts. Keep them in your back pocket. Remember, the clock stops on first downs. On the next drive, Illinois has to rely on that from Kurt Kittner in the offense, and then you save your 3 timeouts to stop LSU on the following possession.
Needing to get to the 19. Davey, quick pass. It is caught by Corey Webster. First down. A dangerous throw. Well executed as Bobby Jackson, the strong safety, almost got there. It'll give LSU another minute and a half off the clock, probably.
Dangerous throw, but huge play. This takes another 2 minutes off the clock if Illinois doesn't start using the timeouts.
Catch number 2 for Webster on the night.
You can feel the sigh of relief from the LSU sideline after that hookup. Corey Webster, the number 4 receiver, comes in on 4 wide receiver sets.
This is Louisiana State's 89th play of the night. And Henderson takes it out to the 29-yard line.
Devery Henderson, big fumble against Kentucky, but lead leg on the 4x100 relay team. You get him into the secondary, lose an angle, and he's gone. Big time speed.
Now, David, Illinois has to use those timeouts, so Ron Turner takes his first. Chance to remind you, Saturday, we drop the puck on our ABC Sports National Hockey League season. Avalanche at the Joe to take on the Red Wings. Some of you will see Rangers Penguins or the Capitals against the Bruins, who are off to a great start this year. Saturday, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, here on ABC.
You can see the look on Ron Turner's face and also Brandon Lloyd's face. They needed a stop on that 3rd down play, the hook up to Webster. And the picture got quite a bit bleaker when LSU moved the chains.
You mentioned Ron Turner. He is the younger brother of Norv Turner, San Diego Chargers offensive coordinator, who will likely has the option to stay there after Mike Riley was fired earlier this week. A neat guy. Did his radio show at fraternities and sororities on campus this year. Try to build some campus momentum at Illinois, supporting this program that was 0-11 4 seasons ago. And we went out there, David, the Penn State game. They were 20,000 shy of a sellout. I've heard a lot of talk this week about how nobody goes to Illinois games, and Ron Turner might look to get out of there and go to a more supported program. They sold 20,000 tickets in 5 days to sell it out for that Penn State game. I haven't seen that happen many places.
Yeah, they needed those fans. What a comeback in the last 3 minutes to pull it out against the Nittany Lions.
Henderson forward, first down, and a big one across the 34 and out to the 35. You know, the home of the Fighting Illini, Memorial Stadium in Champaign, will be home to the Chicago Bears in 2002 as they remake Soldier Field. So the Bears are going to play in Champaign. It's a long history and tradition. You go back to the Galloping Ghost and Hallis and Butkus, and even the orange and blue colors of the Chicago Bears derived from Illinois' orange and blue. Big opening, and the speedster Henderson takes it across midfield. So Dominic Davis has been the workhorse tonight. As he comes to the sideline, they go with Henderson, whose rap has been his ability to hang on to the ball. And he's hanging on and making big yards with fresh legs at a key spot.
We've talked so much about Rohan Davey, the offensive line, Josh Reed. This running game with Dominic Davis, Henderson spelling him, what a story. The miss out on Toefield, getting to play in this big Sugar Bowl game, and the 2 other tailbacks pick up the slack.
31 first downs tonight. Henderson, 6 and 7 at a chunk here. Timeout Illinois. They'll stop it with 2:32 to go here in the Nokia Sugar Bowl. Two more nights of great Bowl Championship Series action, then Monday Night Football. Al, Dennis, and Dan will wrap up the regular season in Baltimore with the champion Ravens against Randy Moss and the Vikings, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on ABC. Melissa and Eric will be there as well. LSU wouldn't be here at all in this bowl championship series game if not for the work of Matt Mock, that man right there. Redshirt freshman quarterback from Indiana, 3 years as a Chicago, and facing a deficit, LSU rallied in a building that was very pro-Tennessee and won the SEC title game and brought the champions of the West here to the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
One of the great stories in the history of the SECs. He's a walk-on, technically. Chicago Cubs paying his tuition. LSU scored on 6 out of 7 drives, and Matt Mock was in at quarterback.
Big hit on Henderson by Ty Myers, and Illinois will stop the clock one last time. With Rohan Davey, a senior, Matt Mock is the most likely choice to be the quarterback next year. He'll get pushed by Marcus Randall, a redshirt freshman from Baton Rouge, and they also have a good, heady young quarterback in Rick Clausen, who is the younger brother of Casey Clausen, who we saw for Tennessee in their impressive performance over Michigan earlier this afternoon. And Leslie Goodell interviewed Clausen's parents, and the Clausen family came to New Orleans after that game and are here this evening. Quite a night. They'll watch both of their children's teams come away with victory on New Year's Day over the Big Ten.
They say Rick Clausen is quite a student of the game, spends a lot of time in the film room. Still yet to be seen whether he has the throwing talent of his older brother, but enough time for that.
And they've got a younger brother who wore that split jersey in the SEC title game, rooting for Tennessee and LSU for his two big brothers. Well, that's a number right there.
You're not going to win many games when you get 600 posted on you.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a lot of high scoring in the bowl season. I wonder if it'll continue over the next 2 nights of the bowl championship series. Illinois on a must-stop 3rd and 2. Henderson turns it upfield, and depending on the spot, should have the first down. Let's see where they mark it. Joe Beavis came in. Wasn't a great LSU spot. Well, we mentioned the FedEx Orange Bowl tomorrow night. Grossman will not start. Sean Hill, senior quarterback for Maryland, will try to keep it going with the wins for senior QBs. Harrington, Davey here tonight. Hill, the senior, against the sophomore Grossman tomorrow night. And then, of course, in the Rose Bowl presented by AT&T on Thursday night, Eric Crouch, the Heisman-winning senior, will go against the junior Ken Dorsey.
How about the quarterbacks remaining to be seen here the rest of the week? Get a look at Rex Grossman and then Dorsey and Crouch. Doesn't get any better than that. Remember, Rex Grossman lit up this LSU defense early in the season.
And you talk about Dorsey and Crouch. The numbers with Crouch from a passing standpoint don't impress you, but the 1,000 yards and 18 rushing touchdowns, the dimension Miami's worked on for the last month, trying to stop the option.
I'd call that Heisman worthy, and Crouch needs to try to possess the ball, keep the ball moving on the ground if they have hopes of beating Miami.
Look forward to settling in Thursday night. Watch the Rose Bowl presented by AT&T. Keith Jackson, Tim Brandt, Lynn Swan, Todd Harris will bring it to you from Pasadena. What a great day it's been here on ABC. Started, oh my goodness, 14 hours ago with Regis Philbin kicking off the Tournament of Roses parade. Martina McBride, a great rendition of God Bless America. And some terrific college football action this afternoon. And on into tonight. Rohan Davey is the MVP. 31 of 53. 444 yards and 3 touchdowns. As LSU runs the clock out, thanks to our executive producer of ABC Sports, Howard Katz, director of production, Bob Toms, coordinating producer, Bob Goodrich. Here in New Orleans, our game produced by Jim Ressler, directed by Drew Esikoff, technical director, Brian Holder, associate producer, Brian Gordon, associate director, Dave Lilling, Denise Nelson, the production manager, Hal Schmitz, technical manager, John Coral, Andy Renga, assistants to the producer, Tommy Hall on computer stats, good old Clemson Tommy. Spotter Joe Gallen, Marty Aaron off to the booth with us as well. Sideline coordinator Dale Ball, Jennifer Gansky, and Chelsea Trowbridge, our stage managers in New Orleans tonight. And feels really good for Nick Saban. LSU will not have to run another play. They've won their 5th straight bowl, their 4th Sugar Bowl ever, and their first Sugar Bowl win since 1968.
What a turnaround. 2-3 in conference early in November. Nobody was thinking BCS, and they pulled it off.
LSU will finish 10-3, and the Southeastern Conference with an emphatic 3-0 against the Big Ten on New Year's Day. Back to wrap it up from the Superdome in a minute.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
Digital DJ. With the Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
A record-setting night for LSU. Jerry Punch with the victorious head coach.
And Michael, what a night for LSU and the LSU Tigers. Coach, you said it at halftime in the locker room. You guys were going to have to hang on in the second half, and you did.
Well, we respected what Illinois could do relative to their passing game, so I knew they could come back in the game. They came back in 5 games this year, and we had an opportunity to make some plays, and we didn't make them, and they took the ball away from us, and you got to give their players a lot of credit for the job that they did. But I'm so proud of our players to come back and win 6 games in a row this year and win the Nokia Sugar Bowl. I think we proved that we should be in the top 10 now, and we certainly proved that we should be in a BCS game. So we carried the banner for the SEC, and I'm proud of the way we did it.
What about Dominic Davis? Your primary running back, Brandon Tofield, is out. Davis comes in. You're concerned about his durability, and he handles it.
Well, he did a great job. In fact, we wore him out in the game, and he couldn't finish the game. But Rowe played a great game, and I think our offensive team played an outstanding football game. And I was proud of the way our defense played in the first half. But, you know, we gave some plays up in the second half, but we did what we had to do to win. And I'm just proud of our entire team, every guy that did anything to help us win.
What does this mean to your program? 2-0 in bowls in 2 years at LSU.
Well, I'm proud of the way our players look at bowl games as a one-game season and really have prepared well and been mature about it. And, you know, this was a little bit of a defining moment for us as a program because, you know, we won the championship, and it was our first opportunity to, you know, act like a champion and be a champion. And I was proud of the way our players did it. I think that's a big lift for our program, and hopefully we're going to carry over into being a more dominant team in the future.
Hey, Coach, congratulations.
Jerry, thank you very much.
Well, Mike, the 68th annual Nokia Sugar Bowl is history, and LSU has set a lot of records.
And Jerry, you know, has to be looking down with a smile. Charlie McClendon, the former great Hall of Fame coach for LSU, who passed away earlier this month. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword ABC Sports. For Jerry Punch and David Norrie, our entire crew, Mike Tirico, thanks so much for joining us. Have a great new year. And don't forget, the action continues tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, the FedEx Orange Bowl. Thursday night, the National Championship game, the Rose Bowl presented by AT&T. This is ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.